Hey, Mark.
Hey, Phil.
How's it going?
Good. How you doing, brother?
Just trying to beat Phyllis on there.
I believe you accomplished your mission.
I got it. How you doing? Doing good?
Yeah, I'm doing really good.
Yeah, that's good. Me too. Oh, actually, all of them, but sure.
Phyllis is really late today. All the boys are beating her.
Yeah.
What's going on, fellas?
How you doing? We on 17 today or 18?
18.
That's what I thought.
We're in 18. And hopefully, we're going to get 19 now. I'm hoping for 18 and 19 today.
Yeah, I read 18 this morning, so. Hey, Casper. You guys listen to the bird. I'll shut my mic off.
That bird's voice kind of sounded a little bit like Phyllis's voice. He's been listening to her.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, once in a while she'll get in this kick and keep saying the name Carrie. And when she first did it, my wife she looks over at me. Carrie? Who's Carrie? Oh, I don't know who Carrie is.
That's funny. Probably heard it on TV or something, huh?
I don't know which movie it is, but they had a parody off of these drug dealers had a bunch of exotic birds. They were trying to the law enforcement was trying to figure out how to find out where all the drugs were by interrogating a parrot, and it was just a funny show. The parrot wouldn't give it up, but they were thinking that it would.
Hello, guys.
How you doing?
Long time no see. Hope you guys are doing well.
Yeah.
Great to hear.
And you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Yeah.
Good.
I'm just
There's Phyllis. Phyllis, all the boys beat you today. Look at all the boys. The beat come ahead of you.
Yeah.
Well, it's best to let your people assemble before you get there, so it can make a grand entrance.
Yeah. Good comeback.
Lou, I hope you're good.
Lou just didn't have your coffee done, that's all.
I know he hasn't brought my coffee yet. I'm waiting for it.
Whoops.
And what did you fix for your wife this morning?
Some rice, cream of rice. She likes that sometimes in the morning.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's pretty quick. Sometimes I make pancakes, gluten-free, of course, but I've gotten it down pretty well. At first, it was tough because that's just different to cook with gluten-free flour, but kind of getting it down now, at least sometimes.
Well, seeing you all has cheered me up. Thank you. I've been a little down, but now I feel better. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I was about to ask you that. Hope you're doing well.
I still haven't got any. I am doing well. Thank you, Dred, but I haven't
That's
got any word. They can't decide if that little bitty piece that they took out of me is cancerous or not. And if it is, what kind, because they've never saw it before. Leave it to Yahusha to do something different.
yes. So are we today in the? Sorry, I was just about to ask. Like, are we in the chapter 16 or 17?
18.
Oh, 18. Oh, okay.
Your mic's muted.
Oh, I'm sorry, Phil.
Yes.
My cat hears your birds, and he came running up to the door to see what that bird is, but there's no birds out there.
Yeah.
Now he's running through all the windows in the house to find that bird.
Well, Mark heard the bird and swore it was your voice, so I don't know what's going on, but I don't know if I can get her to say anything or not. Casper. She whistled. That was it.
That was pretty.
Casper. Did you hear it?
Yeah.
Come here. It's a lot of words. The place we got her, I think I told you all, but place you got her was like 10 two parents and 10 children. So she heard a lot of people talking and that type of thing. So she was, well, when we went and got her, the guy couldn't even put his hand in the cage. It was interesting. So anyway, we got her and he goes, well, she probably won't talk for a couple of weeks, getting used to you. And she was talking before we even left the driveway of the people's house. And then when I brought her home, I was doing something the next day. I had the cage up and I had my hand in there, was moving things around. And my wife she comes walking in the room, goes, good grief, how are you doing that? I go, I don't know. She goes, well, that other guy the owner couldn't even put his hand in the cage. So anyway, who knows? But she's a pretty good bird. So.
You have such a loving spirit.
I don't know about that.
Oh, you do. You know you do.
She doesn't like it when I embrace my wife. She gives us the glare.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. She's crazy. They're crazy birds. Fun pet, though. I never thought I knew I would have to clean the cage, but I didn't think it would be that great. But it's pretty fun pet to have. So, the cage thing I don't like, but what are you going to do, right? So.
Well, this, she was already caged. It's not like
right. So
her to be caged.
Yeah, you can't import them anymore. So African gray, whatever.
And I'm glad of that. I didn't know.
Yeah. There used to be thousands of them in Africa. I don't know how many, if they're endangered or whatever over there, but yeah. So anyway, we got her in the cage for like $900, which is unbelievable because usually a bird is $2,000 or $3,000. So. But anyway.
Yami, Mark was very rude. He forgot to mention that there was a lady in waiting.
Oh. Well, I guess he meant all the guys. Yeah, we were a couple, so we were not.
So he wasn't counting you, Raul.
It's okay.
Here.
Here's my coffee, guys.
Wow.
They were wondering if you'd brought my coffee yet or not.
Yeah, I just finished.
I think we can get started here in about 1 minute. Everybody's got their coffee and everything.
Lou is going to be listening. He won't be joining, but he'll be forwarding. He tries to send and share this to everybody, try to get people to come on and join.
He's such a wonderful man.
Mark, I really, really, really like that explanation you gave. You said that people were saying we shouldn't say all esteem to Yahusha. And you gave a reason why it didn't matter if you said Yahuwah or Yahusha. And I love that clear. It was very clear and to the point. You did an excellent job explaining that.
Yeah, that came up. So, yeah, I thought maybe, well, if one person is saying it, then there must be other people thinking that too. So we probably should clarify.
You want to briefly go over that again for this audience?
Yeah, please do. I missed it. I don't know what I was doing.
Okay.
I was wondering, when, for example, in Genesis 1, it says in the beginning, then in John 1, in the beginning. And so Hebrews 1 also says that Yahuwah from of old, having spoken in many persons, many ways. Are those like connected in a way? Because it says like in the beginning, and then it says that Yahuwah having of old spoken in many persons, in many ways to the fathers by the prophets. And has in this last day spoken to us by the Son. So those are literally connected, right? Oh, okay.
In the beginning, I would guess would be connected. Yes.
Yeah, because it says like Yahuwah having of old, so that definitely means that. Because he spoke to Noah, which was no wait. Well, obviously, I think like there was Enoch and all that, but like wasn't Enoch first and then Noah?
Yes.
So basically, wasn't Enoch the first kind of like prophet, and then was Noah, and then there was Moses? No, wait, Noah, Abraham, and then Moses, right? Or are there many others, of course? But
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, like who is the first prophet? Isn't it like Enoch?
We could probably say that, but most people say it's Abraham. Abraham will be the first prophet. But I agree with you. I'd say we can go back and say Enoch. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, because no, I think he was the first righteous.
Yeah,
there was like the first righteous man, I think.
Yeah, I don't see any prophecy in Scripture coming from Enoch, but I agree with what you're saying there for sure. He was definitely righteous, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
No,
there was actually one in Yehuda 1:14 where it says that Enoch having prophesying that Yahuwah will come with his 10,000 of Kodashim and judge the wicked.
What does it say that?
It's in Jude chapter 1 verse, I think it's 14 through 15, where it says that Enoch having prophesying that Yahuwah will come with 10,000 of his Kodashim to destroy the wicked. So that's why I was saying, like, wasn't like Enoch the first prophet? That's why I was saying, and asking that.
What verse was that now?
I think in like Jude chapter 1 verse 14 to 15. I think it's like after John chapter 21.
Wait a minute. I'm in the wrong book. No wonder.
It says like, and Kanok from the seventh of Adam, from Adam.
Yeah, and
prophesied.
Enoch, the seventh from Adam, also prophesied of these, saying, "See, Yahuwah comes with his myriads of set apart ones."
To execute judgment on all, to punish.
We can. I agree with you, man.
Yeah. That's so. That's what I meant. Yeah.
First prophet.
What verse was that again, Traz? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. That was Jude chapter 1, verse 14 to 15. Yehuda. That's like after John, like after John chapter 21, then it starts Yehuda.
Yeah.
So it's like verses 14 and 15. So basically that's kind of quoting like Enoch chapter 1, verse 9. Well, some versions is Enoch chapter 2, verse 1, but anyways.
But hey, Draz, it does say seventh from Adam. Seventh what? What do you think? Seventh
Born.
Isn't that like seventh man?
Yeah. Seventh generation. Yeah. Or born from Adam. In that line.
So there was. Wait, so how much is generation? Like, isn't that like 20, 30 years or 100 years or 1,000 years or
70 to 80, according to Yahuwah.
Oh, okay.
But back then it was a lot longer.
Yeah, because didn't people live more longer, like 900 years or 600 or whatever?
Yeah.
I don't really know.
Yeah, but Yahuwah defines the generation as 70 and 80 for strength, and that's in the writings. Okay, that's not. That's not New Testament.
Wait, didn't Yahuwah kind of like put it like to 120 years?
Psalms 90, 10. Psalms chapter 90, verse 10. The days of our life are 70 years, or if due to strength, 80 years.
There's also in the scriptures that he gave, like humans to live at least 120 years. Isn't that like in Genesis, I think?
You're thinking of when Noah was building the ark. And Yahushua said he wasn't going to contend with mankind anymore.
Yeah. I think that's the one.
Well, obviously that's went down due to transgression.
Yeah, that's kind of like, I think that's kind of like because of disobedience. Yeah, like I said, like you said.
Mm-hmm. Sharon's having problems coming in and out. Remember last time you were on here, Draz, when we were trying to find that verse where it said that some of the elect will fall away?
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, I still haven't found that, but I did find...
Yeah, me neither.
I did find it in Daniel 11, though. Go to Daniel 11:32.
Okay, let's go.
It actually starts in 33. But I like to start up here at 32. And by flatteries he shall profane those who do wrong against the covenant. But the people who know their Elohim shall be strong and shall act. And those of the people who have insight shall give understanding to many. And they shall stumble by sword and flame, by captivity and plundering 4 days. And when they stumble, they shall be helped, a little help, but many shall join them by flatteries. And some of those who have insight shall stumble, to refine them and to cleanse them and to make them white until the time of the end, for it shall be for an appointed time. So it's pretty clear that some of them will stumble. But there is a verse that says that some will be recovered and some won't. Some are going to be will be gone. You know, I still haven't found that though. It's driving me insane. But that's close. All righty. Let's go ahead and get started today.
I don't know. Just
I think it's
cult.
sorry. I think I found maybe.
Where?
I think it's Matthew chapter 24 verse 10, where because it says, "At that time many will fall away and will betray and hate one another." I think that's the one, maybe.
Yeah, then many shall stumble and they shall deliver up one another. No, that's not it, but it definitely, is part of it.
Mm.
We were talking about that in one of the videos, and I can't find where that's at. It's just driving me nuts, man.
Yeah, I can't find it either. Yeah, I will try.
Double cross it one of these days. So anyway, let's go ahead and get started today. We're in Yahukanon 18. And I'm hoping to get 18 and 19 done today. 18 is kind of a shorter chapter. 19's a little longer, but very power packed. And both of them are kind of go hand in hand, go together. So we need to really kind of cover them both. You know, we'll be cutting off in about halfway if we don't. But we won't complete the study, at least in context.
I had a little bit of type of conversation about, people were wondering why is Gospel, Bizarre of John or whatever, Gospel of John, whatever, that's what they say. Like, they say, why is it different than Matthew, Mark, and Luke? Because, they say that John, reveals more about Yahushua's divinity, but then they say that, but we can't really find that in Mark, Luke, and Matthew, Mark, and Luke. So they're kind of wondering that, like, they kind of think that there's some contradictions or whatever, but I don't really think that is the true.
Yeah, I'm glad it's not totally copied, really. You know what I'm saying? It can be boring to read the same thing 4 times in a row. So we have an eyewitness, and then we have a second-hand witness. We have a second, third-hand witness, and then we have another eyewitness that was in one of the 12. And then we have an eyewitness that's just another pupil, outside source. And so the 4 different people talking about 4 different things. They've seen it in 4 different viewpoints. And there's really no contradiction. There's just fill-in. Like this person won't mention something, but the other person will. Just like at the end when they're talking about what Yahuwah's last words were, before he died, right before he died on the stake. And all 4 say something that his last words were something different. But if you put it all together, it's really not that it's contradicting. It's that he said all 4 of those things.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And we have to realize that only one of the witnesses were actually there and heard those last words. The other ones were just people just told him that's what he said. See what I'm saying? So no contradiction, no sweat, no worries. As we go through it all, we'll see a lot more.
My best explanation is that, the book of John says in the beginning for the second time, which is the announcement of the coming light. That's the best explanation to say, that's explaining of the coming of the light of men. That's the best.
Yeah, well, that's the first chapter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
Raz, I think one of the things that you might remind these people is that I forgot where it says it, but Mark has told us that there's many more things that had it all been written down. The world could not contain it. And so that's why there's different things in different books is because they saw different things and they had a different perspective.
Yeah, you know, I also actually also I think I also found like one book also that says the kind of the same thing as John said, that that he's the eternal manifestation of the Ruach Hakodesh, which is the spirit of Yahuwah, and all that. That was really interesting. You know, it was kind of similar to John in a way, like a bit differently, but it was similar. I think it was called like Book of Natsarim or something like that. It kind of begins with kind of saying, let me see so far.
The book of Natsarim. Is
Yeah,
that, I don't know.
that's an outside source.
Yeah,
That
that's what I
being
kind of
produced by somebody else. Yeah, I mean,
it kind of says like the birth of Yahusha the Natsari, who became our Adonai, and in the birth interpreter of Elohim and the Torah, of worthy vessel, the greatest manifestation of the power of the Ruach Hakodesh seen on earth. And then it explains occurred in this matter and all that.
well, it's just a different perspective. Okay, so John Yahukanon here, like 90% of what's written in this book here, this letter, regarding Yahusha's life cannot be found in any of the other three. And then Mark, like 90% of what's in Mark is found in all the other three. Okay, so there's different perspectives, there's different sources and resources, and so on and so forth. And I'm for one, I'm glad it's that way. But Phyllis brought up a really good point, you know, and it's a very valid point. And it's in John 21, 20 at the end of 20 and at the end of 21, where it says, there were indeed many other signs that Yahusha did in the presence of his pupils, which are not written in the book, but these have been written so that you believe. And then over in 21 at the end, it says, now there's much else that Yahusha did. If every one of them were written down, I think that the world itself would not contain the written books. Okay, so it's not contradiction. It's what it is that we're getting different perspectives because of different experiences. Okay, and not everything is said by any means in any of them, but when we put them all together, we gather more information, you know, which is good. It's a good thing to do. So let's go ahead and get started now. Yeah, Sharon, I see you're having problems connecting. Just keep trying. I'll keep letting you in until it sticks. Who wants to start us out in reading Yahukanon 18? Phil, go ahead.
Okay. Chapter 18, verse 1. Having said these words, Yahusha went out to his pupils beyond the Kidron stream, where there was a garden in which he and his pupils entered. And Yehuda, who delivered him up, also knew the place, because Yahusha often met there with his pupils.
Okay, hang on a minute.
Okay.
So this place here is the Kidron Valley. Okay, is one of the valleys that runs through Jerusalem, and in this valley, there was a river. It was literally called the Kidron River. It's also known as the Kidron Valley. Okay, that they're calling a stream here, and it's kind of northeast of Jerusalem, and then this valley separates the Temple Mount from the Mount of Olives. And if you follow the valley all the way down, it ends at the Dead Sea. So this valley and the two other valleys that run through Jerusalem creates the Hebrew letter Shin. Okay, and so if you're looking at from an air view up at the top, looking down at it from outer space, satellite, whatever, you can see the letter Shin carved into Jerusalem, in which Yahusha said he will put his name there forever. So the letter Shin stands for Yahuwah because it means Al Shaddai.
I didn't know that. I thought Shin just meant, well, thank you. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the letter Shin stands for Al Shaddai. Okay, and so it's written in the landscape of Jerusalem. Okay, so then down here, obviously, then down here in this valley, down toward the stream, then there's a secret little garden that they used to go to and meet and hang out when Yahusha was walking on the earth. Okay. Anybody got any questions on that? Josh, would you have something to say?
Oh, I was just going to ask if there was you said it's still there to this day, this carving,
These valleys? Yeah, they're valleys.
Yeah, these valleys are still there and they still spell out, it still spells out a Shin.
Yes.
Cool. Is there a way to, is there a picture of this by any chance or topographical map?
Yeah. Yeah, I got a picture of it. Let me see if I can find it.
We need a drone.
Yeah. Yeah, where's it? I know I got a picture of it somewhere here. Oh.
That was good, Phyllis.
I want to show you here one thing here while we're doing this picture thing.
My dream place is actually to visit, Jerusalem and Bethlehem, Nazareth. That's my dream. I always wanted to really visit, Israel. It'd be so cool.
Okay, so here is that Quidron Valley, stream valley down through there. Okay, and so somewhere down in there is where they would. Obviously, there was a secret place and down there in a garden area that they would all go and hang out. It's just one of the three valleys that run through there. And I'm still looking for this picture of the valleys. I know I have it here somewhere. Okay, here it is. I found it. Let me get out of here. And then I'll bring it back up here. Let's see which one would be the better to show you. Probably this one. Okay, so here we go. So here's Jerusalem, and here's the valleys. This is the Quidron. Here's another valley going up the middle, and here's the other one. So you can see then that these valleys carve in the Shin into Jerusalem. Let me show you another one here.
Do you also think that in the New Jerusalem, there's also the same things as in the physical?
Say that again?
So I was wondering, like, when there's obviously New Jerusalem, I'm wondering, like, does it look exactly the same as Or
Well,
cities on earth.
this would be over by the old Jerusalem city, the valley.
Right.
Between Old Jerusalem and the Mount of Olives is where this valley is.
Okay.
Okay, so what? Look at this here. This is kind of cartoonish, but it gives you the names. It kind of gives you a little bit better understanding of it. So here's the Temple Mount area. So here's the Qumran Valley. Here's the middle. Here's that other one, the Hinnom Valley and the Tyropilian Valley. And you can see that they carve out the letter Shin. So those are the three valleys. So this is the upper city, the lower city, and the Temple Mount. See that?
That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, it is. Okay, Sharon, try again. All right. So let's if there's no other questions, let's go ahead and continue on then.
Verse 3. Yehuda then, having received the mob and officers from the chief priests and Pershim, came there with lanterns and torches and weapons. Yahusha then, knowing all that would come upon him, went forward and said to them, Whom do you seek? They answered him, Yahusha of Nazareth. Yahusha said to them, I am. And Yehuda, who had delivered him up, was also standing with them. When therefore he said to them, I am, they drew back and fell to the ground.
Okay, hang on. So what does that mean? What's
So was
mean?
that supernatural that they fell back because he said I am, and it was powerful enough that it put him on the ground?
Yeah.
Do you think it literally knocked them on the ground by a supernatural force? Or do you think they just stepped backwards, kind of put space between themselves and him? And by stepping backwards, and it was nighttime, they just fell over? What do y'all think happened here?
No, they were blown down by the power of his name, because his name is powerful. He obviously was speaking it. The Ruach was speaking it, not his flesh.
Yeah. I know when I use the name, it pretty much, people just don't know what to say. They don't fall to the ground, but they don't argue. It's over. They just go away almost. It's just, unless they want to know, but they just don't know what to say. So the J-Man name in the past, way past, they could talk to you all day long about that, no matter who it is. But this, you say Yahuwah, it's got power. I've used it so many times.
Anybody else?
Isn't that in Hebrew like Ahaya?
Ahaya, Asher, Ahaya. What does that mean?
Doesn't that mean like I will be who I will be, or who I choose to be, or whatever?
Okay, so Ahaya, Asher, Ahaya doesn't mean I am who I am. It means I will be who I will be.
Yeah.
Okay, so what means I am then?
I was,
Isn't
I
that
am, I
Yah?
will be.
No,
Isn't that like Yah?
there you go. Yah. Okay, so Ahaya has Yah in it. So is that not I am? If Yah's I am,
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, if he is I was, I am, I will be, then yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think that's, that means that he's the self-existing, right?
Can it be shortened to I will be there? Go ahead, Ted.
I see it as he simply says he's proclaiming who he is. I am. And they immediately see what he's doing and what he's telling them. So they step back as to like not be on set apart ground. And they basically fall on their faces. I don't think they were blown backwards, but they realize who he is, step back like as off set apart ground, and then fall on their faces in reverence is what I see from that.
Good point, Ted.
Do we realize who these people are? Who are these people that drew back and fell to the ground? Were they Romans or the Yehudim?
I think it's both, maybe.
No, it's not. Look up back up into 3.
Yeah, it's Yehudim.
It's Judas.
Yeah, it's Yehudim.
Then, having received the mob and officers from the chief priests in Prushim, which are like, the police of the Temple Mount area, came there with lanterns, torches, and weapons. So these were Yehudim. And so once he said the sacred name, Yah, okay, it caused them to draw back, kind of like what Tad is suggesting, and they fell to the ground to worship that name and to pay homage or reference to that name. I don't think it blew them back and made them do somersaults backwards, rolling around on the ground.
No.
I think they did it out of reference myself.
Good. Mm-hmm.
So I'm kind of agreeing with Tad on this.
I am too. Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that I am.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't say I am, did he? He said Yah. And that was pronouncing the what? The name that they weren't allowed to say in public. And so when everybody heard that in their ear, boy, they said, wow, he said Yah. And they backed off and went down on their knees, fell to the ground, maybe even on their bellies and face. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was wondering about, you see, I wonder if there's 2 groups, because Yehuda then, having received the mob, comma, and officers, did he receive the mob and officers from the chief priest, or did he receive the mob and then officers from the chief priest in Prushim came there with lanterns? So he received a mob, and then through this mob, I'm just curious.
I think that the mob is all of them together. But in that mob, there could have been Romans. I mean, there could have been foreigners in that mob. But I think even if there weren't a whole lot of them. This was mostly a mob made up of officers from the chief priest and the Prushim and the betrayer, Judas, Yehuda, that were either converts or Yehudim, because the Romans wasn't after Yahusha at this time. Only the Yehudim were out to kill him and capture him. See what I'm saying? Matter of fact, they're the ones that hired the betrayer, gave him 30 pieces of silver to identify Yahusha. See what I'm saying?
That makes sense. Thank you.
The Romans don't really get involved here until they take him into the city. They've got him. They're detaining him. They have him detained. They have him captured, and they're taking him into the city. And once they get there, then the Romans get involved. Not at first. I mean, at first they take him to the high priest, right? And the high priest father-in-law, and then to the high priest, and then over to the Romans. And that's when the Romans get involved. They take him to Pilate. Then the Romans get involved in it. So I think this is mostly Yehudim by far. Probably 98% Yehudim, if not 100%, this mob. Anybody got any questions or thoughts on that? Are we all on the same page here? Or somebody still thinking that some natural force blew these men over and made them tumble backwards on the ground?
It makes more sense that they fell to worship
That name.
seeing that they're Yahudim, or, they knew the name. The Romans, they probably, if it had been Romans, that would have been force that throws it back. But with
Right.
Yahudim, they would fall and worship. Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah, I agree. If these were Romans, a Roman mob, I think the name would have blew them backwards, blew them off their feet. But I think Tad's on to something there, and I have a tendency agreeing with you on that, Tad. I think you're right. Go ahead.
Just another small thing, just from the way that it's worded itself, there's a comma after the word am, and it says they drew back. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. I thought it just says they drew back. So they didn't get blown back. They drew back on their own accord.
So when he said, I am, did he say Yah, or did he say Ayaha?
Probably just Yah.
Just Yah. Okay. What is the word when something's unspeakable? It's slipping my mind. And Phil, what's that word? When something's unspeakable. Not infallible name. It's an ineffable name.
Yeah, ineffable name. Yeah.
Okay. And so when they heard this ineffable name, it blew their minds, because what was the penalty for that? Saying that name in public. What's the penalty?
Death.
Wasn't it like death?
Tad? What was it?
Just what everybody said, death.
Death. So this no wonder this blew their minds, and they all drew back from that. They didn't want nothing to do with being accused of saying that name. They wanted to make sure everybody knew who said it, and then they fell to the ground and gave reference to that name.
Isn't that death penalty in Talmud? That's why people say Hashem and all that nonsense, Adonai and all that.
Well, they're still going by that. Yeah.
Isn't that like in Hebrew Hashem, like the name?
Well, the Yehudim, even today, will call him Hashem, which just means
or Adonai,
it just means the name. That's what they say. Adonai is Hebrew for Lord.
Yeah. But it can also be said, I guess, like master, or like Adoni, Adonai. Is that the same thing, like Adonai, Adoni, like my master or master?
Different way of saying it, yeah, dialects. You can say master, you can say Lord, but I mean, that's what it really means in Hebrew.
Mm. So isn't that like two words that means
Lord? That means Baal in Hebrew. But Adonai means Lord in Hebrew. That's how they really say it. Okay. Right. Not trying to confuse, but that's just the way it is. Okay, let's go continue on here, Phil. Does anybody got anything else on that? We're all clear on that? Okay.
Verse 7. Once more he asked them, whom do you seek? And they said, Yahusha of Nazareth. Yahusha answered, I said to you that I am. If then you seek me, allow these to go.
in order that the word might be concluded, which he spoke. Of those whom you have given me, I have lost none.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
Okay, first of all, why are they calling him Yahusha of Nazareth when he was born in Bethlehem? Why is he called Yahusha of Nazareth?
Wasn't he called like Hanatsari, which means the branch, or the watchman, or Hanatsari? Yahusha Hanatsari, like, is that what they called him?
Said he will be called a Natsarim, but he's from Bethlehem.
Oh,
He was born in Bethlehem, so why is he being called a Natsarim?
I think because he probably mostly spent his time in Nazareth.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Ted.
Because it means the branch, and he shall be called the branch.
Mm-hmm. Branch of what?
Branch of Yahuwah. That's in Yeshayahu chapter 4, verse 2, I think.
Branch
or something
of
like that. Yeah, branch of Yahuwah.
The branch of the vine.
Branch of righteousness. The branch of righteousness. Okay. So why is he called Yahusha of Nazareth then? That's where his mom and dad was from. Joseph, his stepfather, and his mother Miriam were from Nazareth. They were Nazarenes. And therefore, what did they do when he was born in Bethlehem? What happened? So they took off and they went to Mitzrayim, right? And then when the coast was clear, they came back, but they didn't go back to Jerusalem or to Bethlehem, around the Bethlehem area, which was really, really close to Jerusalem. Instead they went up to Nazareth and back up to the hometown of his parents. And that's why he was called Yahusha of Nazareth. Okay. Now he's saying here, I said to you that I am. If then you seek me, allow these to go, in order that the word might be concluded, which spoke of these whom you have given me, I have lost none. What's that talking about? That who go? Who's he speaking about here? Go ahead, Phyllis.
His Talmudim.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or anything? Let's go, Phil.
Verse 10. Then Shimon Kepha, having a sword, drew it and struck the high priest's servant and cut off his right ear. And the servant's name was Melech.
Hang on a minute.
Okay.
Why did Peter have a sword? Anybody? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I remember at one point, I don't know where it is, but he was talking about weapons. And wasn't it Peter says, I have a sword? And he said, that's enough. And I don't know if he meant that's enough to defend you or that put away the sword. I'm not sure. I don't remember the incident very well.
Okay, well, that's a really good point, and that's what I was talking about. That's what I was trying to get somebody to come up with. So that's in Luke 22, everybody. Go to Luke 22. This is kind of one of those weird passages that we've had. It makes us scratch our head and wonder why, you know. And it's got a deeper meaning to it. But even then, it's just speculation, you know. So I don't really know if there's an answer to this. But we can look over into Luke 22, verse 36 through 38. It says, and they said, none at all. And he said to them, but now let him who has a purse take it, likewise also a bag. And let him who has no sword sell his garment and buy one. For I say to you that what has been written has yet to be accomplished in me. And he was reckoned with lawless ones, for that which refers to me has an end too. And they said, Master, look, here are 2 swords. But he said to them, that is enough. And coming out, he went to the Mount of Olives according to usage, and his talmudin also followed him. Okay, so here we see that Peter, more than likely, it doesn't say who these talmudin were who had the swords, which there was 2. So, common sense says there was not one person with 2 swords, so there had to be 2 people with 1 sword. So it looks like 2 of these talmudim had a sword, which wouldn't have been enough to fight off anybody. There was 12 of them, right? And to put up any type of defense against an army or attackers or would-be captors, everybody would have to have a sword. 2 swords wouldn't do, right? So apparently then probably Peter, since he had a sword cut off this man's ear, was one of them. And it's just a wild guess who the other one would be that had a sword. To me, maybe was one of the sons of thunder, but that's just a wild guess. All right. Why? Because they hung out with Peter all the time. Who hung out there? When we read about these guys hanging out together, it's either Jacob and Yahukanon, the sons of thunder, and Peter, or it's Peter and Eleazar. Seems to be the ones that hung out the most. So it's anybody's guess. But anyways, why do you think Yahusha told them to go sell their garments and buy a sword? It was Yahusha teaching self-defense here, or was he saying that the talmudim needed to carry weapons with them when they went out to preach the word because they would be in danger? I mean, what was the deal here? Why would Yahusha tell them to sell their garments and go buy a sword? Anybody any idea?
I think sword really means probably the word, maybe referring to the word, not really a weapon, but.
Can't be, Therese. They said there were 2 of them. They had 2
okay. Sorry.
physical swords. This wasn't no made up anything. This was physical 2 swords. Peter definitely was one of them because he cut off this man's ear. That was physical. That was literal.
Oh, okay.
So he literally told them to go sell their garments and go buy a sword. And they said, well, here's 2. Okay. So here's the interesting part. Why did Yahusha say, it's enough? It's almost like, I'm done talking about this. Let's go. What happened there? Was there a moment of weakness of the flesh where he wanted to fight and defend himself? And then he realized what he was doing. He said, that's enough of this conversation. Let's get out of here. See what I'm saying? So this is a hard thing to pinpoint, to try to understand this accurately. And I don't think anybody really does. It's kind of a mystery why Yahusha told them to sell their garments and go buy themselves a sword, for defense or for opposition. Go ahead, Joshua.
So I don't know. I'm not. I think. So he's not talking about. I mean, it seems like he's annoyed that they're saying, "Here's our swords," as in the physical swords, and he's not talking about a physical sword. It seems like he's annoyed by that. Like they're in the fleshly mind. They're not thinking of how he's thinking. And when he's saying selling your garments and buy a sword, it's almost like how he said, leave and come follow me, So it's like, leave your worldly possessions and take up the word. So I don't know. That's what it speaks to me. But it seemed like he was annoyed with them for saying, here's our swords, like our physical swords. But, I don't know. Could be wrong on that.
Well, obviously, Peter didn't understand what he was talking about. Read verse 10 again, Phil.
Verse 10. Then Shimon Kepha, having a sword, drew it and struck the high priest's servant and cut off his right ear. And the servant's name was Melech.
Okay, so Yahusha being Yahusha would have known that Peter was taking that the wrong way if he did, in fact, take his message the wrong way. And would he not have told Peter, put the sword down? That's going to lead to trouble. Don't bring it with you. But he didn't. He just said, it's enough. Let's go. So is there a possibility that Yahusha knew that they would need a sword so that Peter cut this man's ear off so he could pick it up and stick it back on his head and prove to everybody who he was? Is that a possibility?
Oh,
yeah.
I think absolutely that's a possibility. Thank you.
It's like you got the right guy.
Yeah, because this even plays more into the drama here in a few more verses. This guy getting his ear cut off plays further into this. Anybody got any other thoughts on this? This is a weird one, man. There's no doubt about it. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I think it's interesting. The servant's name, isn't that a pagan name?
Almost. It just should, if it isn't, it should have been. It's very close to it, ain't it? Melech and Moloch. Anybody else got anything thoughts on this? Kind of weird.
Doesn't Malak mean like a messenger, like my messenger, like just like Malachi means my messenger, or could that be the one? Maybe his name meaning messenger, maybe, or I don't know, Melech. Because the book of Malachi means my messenger, so I don't know.
Hey, Dres, it sounds a lot like Melchizedek, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
I'm not really sure what Moloch means in Hebrew. I just know he was a fire they were doing children sacrifices with. He was a furnace. I don't know if it means.
But Malachim.
Maybe Lou.
Malachim, right? Malachim means like messengers, right? And Malak is a messenger, I think.
Yeah, that's
Malachim.
Malachim's M-A. L-A-K-I-M,
okay.
not M-O.
Oh,
it must mean something about furnace or fire or something.
No, Mark, it's M-E-L-E-K is the word we're talking about.
Well, I thought he said Malek, M-O-L-E-K. Did you say
okay,
Malek?
Okay, I said Malakim, but
Oh, M-L-E?
Yeah, M-A-L-A-K-I-M.
Yeah, that's Malachim. This is M-E-L-E-K, or Malek's M-O-L-E-K. Those would be different words. So I really don't know the answer to that, I guess, really to tell you.
Okay, Sandra said like Melech means king in Hebrew and Malachim messengers.
Could be.
Because when Yahusha was impaled, it did say like Yahusha Hanatsari Umelech Hayahudim, right? Because it used the word Melech. So isn't that like king?
Yeah, well, everybody's saying Melech is king over here in the chat room. See the chat room? Everybody's saying Melech means king in Hebrew. All right. Okay, so let's move on from there. Anything else about this sword thing? All right, Phil, let's continue on.
Verse 11. Then Yahusha said to Kepha, put your sword into its sheath. Shall I not drink the cup which my father had given me? Then the mob and the commander and the officers of the Yehudim seized Yahusha and bound him. And they led him away to Canaan first, for he was the father-in-law of Quopha, who was the high priest that year. Now Quopha was one who gave counsel to the Yehudim that it was better that one man should die for the people.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so we read about that already, but this notice here that he cut this guy's ear off, and then Yahusha said, "Put your sword into its sheath, so now I drink from the cup which my father has given me." Notice there's no mention of Yahuwah picking up that ear and putting it back on that guy. Okay, so remember we were talking about why things say other different things in the different ones. Luke seems to be full of more detail. Why? Because he's talking to more people. He's gathering more information from more people. Okay, this is John's own personal experience, where Luke is gathering information by more than one person. See what I'm saying? So when we go, if we would go over to Luke 22:51, for example, it says, and one of them struck the servant of the high priest and cut off his ear. See, he doesn't even name Peter there. But Yahusha answering said, allow it this far, and touching his ear, he healed him. See that? So it's almost like Yahusha was knew that this was happening. That's why he told them they needed a sword. See what I'm saying? And he allowed it thus far for this man to get his ear chopped off, so that by touching his ear, he healed him, put his ear back on. And did you notice that it never mentioned Yehuda betraying him with a kiss? But here in Luke it does in 48, and Yahusha said to him, Yehuda, do you deliver up the son of Adam with a kiss? So see, these finer details are found in Luke. Is this a contradiction? Does this mean that Yahukanon's not telling the truth of what happened? No. It just means he's leaving finer details out. That's all. Go ahead, Phyllis.
It also said, they asked his permission. He said, Master, shall we strike with the sword? And then one of them just struck. They were just, but they asked. And they didn't say that in John, but Luke said that Luke was a doctor, and so he paid more attention to detail.
Well, he talked to more people. Luke didn't see it. Yahukanon here, whether it be one of the sons of thunder, or whether it be Eleazar, either way, he was there. And so he's given his account. Okay, he may not even saw Judas kiss him. Who knows? Maybe he didn't see Peter cut off that man's ear. Yahusha put the man's ear back on. Maybe he was so shook up and freaked out at the time he didn't witness it. But Luke, regardless of who he is, went around and gathered information from people. So he may have spoke to 4 or 5, 10 maybe, witnesses about this account, and wrote all these different ones down. And then after previewing everything that the testimonies these people gave him, was able to put more detail into the story, because he was not an eyewitness, but he definitely probably talked to more people about the event. Whereas this is firsthand information from an eyewitness here in Yahukanon. He's not talking to anybody. He's telling it like he got it, like he saw it, how he experienced it. You see, that's why there's a difference. Go ahead, Joshua.
Well, I was just going to say that, yeah, I just don't see how he would be okay with someone using a sword against someone else. Didn't he say that the word is the sword, right? He said that, and he also said that you live by the sword, you die by the sword. I don't know if he said that, but you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So I don't think he wanted these guys to use swords in battle. He wanted to use the word. He wanted them to use the word. And maybe he did know that this was going to happen with the sword. I mean, I buy that, but I just don't think that he wanted them to sell their garments and go buy actual physical swords. I think that was his point the whole time, was that, you know, he gave himself up. That's why he said, put the sword away. You know, the sword's not the point, you know, but I don't know.
Well, we have to go back to Luke 22 on that, Joshua. Luke 22:49 says, and those around him, seeing what was about to take place, said to him, Master, shall we strike with a sword? And one of them struck the servant of the high priest and cut off his ear. But Yahushua answering said, allow it this far. And so he said, yeah, strike him. Why? To esteem Yahuwah. That's why. Because he knew he was going to put that man's ear right back on his head and esteem Yahuwah with that miracle. Because, why? Why did he do all them miracles to begin with, man? He didn't have to do any of them miracles. He didn't have to raise the dead, make blind men see, deaf men, hear, paralyzed men walk. Why did he do them all to begin with? Why would he allow something like this to happen?
To esteem him, to esteem Yahushua.
Why did he let Eleazar die? Could he not have went there and healed Eleazar and prevented his death?
To esteem Yahuwah.
There it is. It's all about esteeming Yahuwah, man. Joshua, that's what it's about. It doesn't matter.
Isn't that to also prove that he is the Mashiach?
Yes.
You know, the son of the living one, the
Right.
son of the living Elohim.
Yep. Yeah. To prove that he was Yahuwah. That's what it was. To prove to people that he was who he said he was. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I just wanted to say to Josh, remember, Josh, they didn't have this. Nobody had this. They didn't talk about this, you know. So I know you're trying to spiritualize it, but I think it was really physical that he was referring to.
It had to have been if he allowed it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he didn't. I'm not saying he allowed her. But I mean, even that verse in 49. First off, I didn't know about that verse, so I'm glad you pointed that out. But second, he strikes him and then he says, "Allow it this far." So I don't know what he's saying there. I don't know if he's saying I don't know if he gave permission for it and said to do it.
Yeah, he did.
He allowed it this far. It sounds like he's annoyed by what he just did. You know, I mean, in my opinion. But
no, he allowed it to that point to take place, but no more. Nobody else was going to be allowed to get hurt. He allowed it to that point, and then he stopped it. Nobody else was allowed to get hurt. So he allowed that.
As far as all, and that involves everyone. And he's saying, okay, so that's for everyone involved. He made sure it didn't get any further from either side, right?
You're right.
Just as.
That's right. That's right. Okay. All right. So yeah, like I said, this was a weird one, and but I don't really know if any of us really know the exact, what this all really means. But when we start looking at the different witnesses, the different writings, we can kind of understand just a little bit more what's going on here and why Yahushua said, "Go sell your garment and go buy a sword." And so Peter happening to have one fulfilled prophecy is what I think, and esteemed Yahuwah. Okay, with this act of violence. Now, because later on you're going to see where Pilate asks him if he's the sovereign of the Yehudim, and he said, "This is not my kingdom." Okay, and he said, "If it was my kingdom, my servants would attack you and wouldn't allow me to be arrested." Okay, and so he's kind of confirming in a way that this little battle was a show of him being the sovereign of the Yehudim. And you'll see that when we get to it, I'll try to remember to point that out and bring this back around if I remember. All right. Anybody else? Okay. And don't forget what the Yehudim was wanting him to do. They wanted him to be their warrior king, their hero that was going to help them escape the captivity of the Romans and free them. And so they were kind of looking for a little bit of heated battle here. So maybe to them at this particular moment in time, maybe they thought, oh, here he comes. He's finally going to become the hero we've been looking for. Here we go, man. We're going to get to chop off some ears and some heads now. He's going to lead us into battle and relieve us of this Roman captivity. See what I'm saying? Who knows what was in their mind? That could have been what was in Peter's mind at that moment. He thought, hey, here's the moment. It's finally here. We're going to attack, right? Joshua, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just going back to 11 here. It says, put your sword into the sheath. Shall I not drink the cup which my father has given me? Which he's referring to giving himself up, right?
Yes.
When he's talking about, so it seems like he doesn't want it to progress any further. I don't know. I guess I'm a little confused. I'll be honest. I'm a little confused by this.
Well, let's go ahead and continue.
Because it sounds like okay.
It'll clear up. We'll come back to it. It'll clear up a little bit as we read farther into it.
Verse 15. And Shimon Kepha followed Yahusha with another pupil, and that pupil was known to the high priest, and went with Yahusha into the courtyard of the high priest.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
All right. Now, he was led away to Canaan first, and he was the father-in-law of the high priest, okay, which was Caiaphas. Now, Caiaphas was the one who gave counsel to the Yehudim that it was better that one man should die for the people. Remember that when we said that they knew who he was, and so they were being deceptive. Remember that conversation? Okay, and now Peter followed Yahusha with another pupil, but it doesn't say who that pupil is. It just says he followed him with another pupil. And that pupil was known to the high priest, to this Caiaphas, knew him, okay? And went with Yahusha into the courtyard of the high priest, okay? So the pupil that was known to the high priest was allowed entry into the courtyard of the high priest because he knew him. All right. So what I want you to see here at this particular time is Kepha didn't go in. Okay, he wasn't allowed in there, but the people that was allowing the other people to come in knew that this pupil knew the high priest. So who could this pupil have been? It doesn't give us a name. It just calls him other pupil. So to this point, we know that this must be Eleazar, right? Who stopped going by his name quite a few chapters back. And remember where Eleazar, Miriam, and Martha lived? Did anybody remember? Where did they live? Raul?
I don't remember the name of the town, but it's where all the priests would live. So they had contact with them.
Yeah. Beth and Yah, which was only a couple kilometers away from Jerusalem. Less than 2 miles away. Go ahead, Raul.
I have a question because this has been going in my mind since we read this morning. How could it be Lazarus if they were trying to find Lazarus to kill him?
That's what was just in my mind. You reading my mind, Raul?
Yeah, because I also know kind of that the parents of the two brothers, John, the Thunder brothers, kind of had a high. No, they were better off with money, I think, and maybe it could be him, since they were like a family that had, they had the business. They probably contributed to the Pharisees. So that was my question to you. And I'm sorry if I'm reading your mind.
Okay. So what I came up with on what Yahusha revealed to me was that Yahukanon and Yakub, the sons of Zebediah, or the sons of thunder, were from Galilee. They weren't from down here. And we're going to get into that here in just a second. So we're just a couple steps ahead of ourselves. Okay. But what Eleazar would have known the high priest if he lived in the town where most of the priests, the priest, chief priests and officers and so forth and so on lived. And that's how he would know them. And so, although they were out to find Eleazar and to kill Eleazar as well, because he was witnessing for Yahusha, because he was raised from the dead and people were believing because of him being raised from the dead, he was also known by them. And since they had already captured Yahusha, their interest in Eleazar dropped. Okay. And so, yeah, they wanted to find him and kill him, but now all of a sudden they had Yahusha in their grips. And so their interest in Eleazar kind of went to the back burner. See what I'm saying? They weren't worried about him anymore. They had the culprit, man. They had Yahusha, and that's who they were really after. That was their main focus. Okay. And so being within the city walls there among a bunch of witnesses, and people knew that Eleazar was raised from the dead and seen Yahusha did these miracles, they had to be very careful what they were doing, because the crowd could turn on them very quickly. Because at that point, the crowd would have been looking at Eleazar as a walking miracle of Yahuwah. So although they were seeking him to kill him, they surely wouldn't have wanted to do it out in public in front of the Yehudim that was seeing him as a miracle of Yahuwah. They would have wanted maybe do it, at night behind the scenes, or have an assassin get him or something. You know what I mean? Take him out. See what I'm saying? Even Yahusha, they weren't trying to, they would not dare kill him in front of everybody because he was considered a prophet from Yahuwah. And so they were trying to say, how can we get him, sneak around and get him without getting all the people riled up and against us? See what I'm saying? So it was a tit for tat, and their focus was really not on Eleazar at this point, wasn't their main focus. And that's why he was able to walk within them walls. Plus, they knew him. They did know him. Okay, Raul? Okay. All right. But I was actually thinking that very same thing, and was praying about it and stuff like that. So very good to catch that. I mean, it tells me your attention's right where it's supposed to be. Your focus is right where it's supposed to be. All right. So Peter's outside the courtyard. Another pupil that was with Kepha has went into the courtyard because he knows the high priest, and so he was able to get in. And this can continue on from there real slow, Phil. 16.
Affirmative. Verse 16. But Kepha was standing outside at the door. So the other Talmud, who was known to the high priest, went out and spoke to her who kept the door and brought Kepha in. Okay,
stop. All right. So this other pupil that knew the high priest went back out to the guard and said, let him come in. And since she had to know that this other pupil knew the high priest, she said, okay, if you want him in, go in. So the power or whatever, or influence that this other pupil had by knowing the high priest was enough for this guard to give him his way and let Peter go into the courtyard. So now the other pupil and Peter both are in the courtyard. So here's what's interesting. So the other Talmud here knew the high priest, right? And we know that Eleazar knew the high priest because he lived in the town of the chief priest lived in, Beth and Yah. Okay. But Peter didn't know the high priest. He wasn't allowed into the courtyard. So that tells us right there, he didn't know anybody, right? Everybody agreeing on that? And then John, Yahukanon, the son of thunder, would not have known the high priest either because he was from Galilee. Okay? And in order to prove that, first of all, Eleazar, being from this town where the chief priest lived, and the reason they were there is because these priests would have had wives and children, okay, in this town. See that? And so they had families, and so that's why they were living there. So to prove that John, Yahukanon, the son of thunder, is not the author of this book, and that John, son of Zebediah, son of thunder, and Peter did not know the high priest, okay, we only need to turn to Acts 4. So let's turn to Acts 4. So go to Acts 4, and let's look at verse 6 and then 13. So Acts 4, 6 says, as well as, I'm going to back up to 5. And it came to be on the next day that their rulers and elders and scribes assembled in Jerusalem, as well as Canaan the high priest, and Caiaphas, and Yahukanon, and Alexander, and as many as were of high priestly descent. Remember what I said? Yahukanon or Eleazar, Miriam, and Martha lived in the town of the chief priests, and they had chiefly names. They had priestly names. It was only given through the line of the priest. So therefore, they must have come through the line of the priests. And that's why they were allowed access to that town. Now look over at 13. And seeing the boldness of Kepha and Yahukanon, and perceiving that they were unlearned and ordinary men, they marveled, and they recognized that they had been with Yahusha. So there you go. And back up to 12, and you'll see here, and there was no difference in anyone else for no other name under the heaven among men being given which we need to be delivered, and seeing the boldness of Kepha and Yahukanon, which is the son of thunder, and perceiving that they were unlearned and ordinary men. See, they weren't hooked into the line, so they would not have known the priests. Okay, they marveled and they recognized that they had been with Yahusha. See that? So this is basically letting us know, and we can tell from just reading these. Look at back to 6, as well as Canaan the high priest, and Caiaphas and Yahukanon and Alexander, and as many as were of highly priestly descent. See what I'm saying? So Peter And Yahukanon, the son of thunder, perceiving they were unlearned and ordinary men, they marveled at what they knew. So this is showing us here then that the other Talmudim who knew the high priest couldn't have been Yahukanon, the son of thunder, or Peter, because they were considered ordinary men, common, and they were from Galilee. Everybody picking up what I'm laying down on that? Is anybody doubting or not understanding what I'm saying? Okay. So then it pretty clear then that the other Talmud that was with Peter, who knew the high priest, had to be because he was from a priestly line, which would have been Yahukanon or Eleazar, since he lived in Beth and Yah. And he had enough influence to let Peter in. It couldn't have been Yahukanon, the son of thunder. He was perceived as just an ordinary common man over in Acts 13. Any questions? All right. Let's go ahead and go then, Phil.
Verse 17. Then the servant girl who kept the door said to Kepha, are you also one of this man's Talmudim? He said, I am not.
Okay, now stop. Look at that question very carefully. Are you also one of this man's Talmudim? What's that mean? Why is she asking like that? Because there's somebody else there that she knows was one of Yahusha's Talmudim. Because she's saying, are you also one of his Talmudim? So she's done identified somebody as one of Yahusha's Talmudim. And then she's asking Peter, are you also one of them? Is that correct? Yeah. So who do you think she has identified as being one of Yahusha's Talmudim? Who has she already identified?
Eleazar.
Eleazar. Everybody seeing that? Okay, Phil, let's go.
And the 18. And the servants and officers who had made a fire of coals stood there because it was cold, and they warmed themselves. And Kepha was standing with them and warming himself. Then the high priest asked Yahusha about his pupils and his teaching. Yahusha answered him, I spoke openly to the world. I always taught in the assembly and in the set-apart place where the Yehudim always meet, and I spoke no word in secret. Why do you ask me? Ask those who have heard me what I said to them. See, they know what I said. And when he said this, one of the officers who stood by slapped Yahusha in the face, saying, do you answer the high priest this way? Yahusha answered him, if I have spoken evilly, bear witness of the evil. But if well, why do you strike me? Then Canaan sent him bound to the high priest, Koyapha. And Shimon Kepha was standing, warming himself. Then they said to him, are you also one of his pupils? He denied it and said, I am not. One of the servants of the high priest, a relative of one of those whose ear Kepha cut off, said, did I not see you in the garden with him? Then Kepha again denied it, and immediately a rooster crowed. Then they led Yahusha from Koyapha to the palace, and it was early, and they themselves did not go into the palace, lest they should be defiled, but that they might eat the Passover.
Okay, stop. Okay, so back up here. Let me see something. Matthew here. Matthew 26. 69. Okay, so listen to this. Matthew 26:69. And Kepha sat outside in the courtyard. So see, he's in the courtyard. Okay. And a servant girl came to him saying, and you were with Yahusha of Galilee. But he denied it before them all, saying, I do not know what you say. And as he was going out into the porch, another girl saw him and said to those there, and this one was with Yahusha of Nazareth. But again, he denied with an oath, I do not know the man. So he said, I swear I don't know the man, right? And after a while, those who stood by came to him and said to Peter, truly you are one of them too, for even your accent gives you away. Because he was from Galilee, they had a different accent. Then he began to curse and to swear, saying, I do not know that man. And immediately a rooster crowed. So he swore he didn't know him. He cursed and started swearing and cursing that he didn't know him, and was going crazy. Okay. So he put on a pretty good scene there before the rooster crowed. So this means that Kepha not only denied knowing Yahusha, which was a lie, that he went out of his form of being a believer and how Yahusha wanted them to act and behave themselves as being one of his followers. So he kind of like converted back over to behaving like a pagan would act or a non-believer. You see that? And then as it goes down here, so Peter kind of lost his self-control totally. And then down here where it says they should be defiled, but that and they themselves do not go into the palace, at least they should be defiled, but that they might eat the Passover. This here is solid proof, okay, that Yahusha and his Talmudim did not eat the Passover, but they were eating the Last Supper that preceded the Passover by 24 hours that we talked about earlier. Because the Passover had not been eaten, so they couldn't have ate the Passover. Solid proof of that. Everybody seeing that? Passover had not been eaten yet. Means Yahusha and his Talmudim did not eat the Passover like people say he did. He ate the Last Supper. And matter of fact, the whole thing is a lie. So the whole portrait by Leonardo da Vinci depicting the Last Supper with Yahusha and his 12 Talmudim is a total lie. If you look at the picture exposes the lie by showing a woman sitting next to Yahusha. Okay. So there was more than just the 12 in that room at the Last Supper. There was a lot of Galileans there eating that Last Supper. And one of the biggest proof of that is probably in Mark. But just to refresh your memory, go back to John 13 here. So John 13, 23. John 13, 23. And one of his pupils whom Yahusha loved was
What? Bang, 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 bang.
Was reclining on the bosom of Yahusha. Okay. And Simon Kepha then motioned to him to ask who it was of whom he spoke. And leaning back on the breast of Yahusha, he said to him, Master, who is it? And Yahusha answered, It is he to whom I shall give a piece of bread when I have dipped it. And having dipped the bread, he gave it to Yehuda from Quiriath, son of Simon. And after the piece of bread, Satan entered into him. Okay. So over into Mark now. 14, Mark 14. 16 probably. So Mark 14:16, and the Talmudim went out and came into the city and found it as he said to them, and they prepared the Passover. Don't forget they called the Last Supper the Passover. It is only celebrated by the Galileans. And dusk having come, which would have been, half hour before evening, before sundown, he came with the 12. Okay, with the 12. Okay. And as they sat and ate, Yahusha said, truly I say to you, one of you who is eating with me shall deliver me up. And they began to be grieved and to say to him one by one, is it I? And another, is it I? And he answered and said to them, it is one of the 12, he who is dipping with me in the dish. So just this right here alone, this statement right here is one of the 12, greatly implies that there were more than just those 12 in that room eating that supper. Well, otherwise, why would he say, well, it's one of the 12? They would have already known that it had to be one of them if there was just 12 in there with him. But since he said it's one of the 12, he must have been speaking to a room full of people. Everybody seeing that? It's pretty self-evident, isn't it? Okay. All right. Any questions here? Joshua, go ahead.
I was just going to say that I did a big deep dive on Da Vinci's paintings and his artwork, not just that piece of art, but all of his other ones. And boy, I tell you what, when you get to looking at these things, there's just wickedness all over his art, man. I mean, and there's people online who point out all the dark things in his paintings, and so it's not hard for me to believe that that painting is not even close to being accurate. And as a matter of fact, it's probably a total abomination of what actually took place,
Yeah. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, and there's a lot of perverted, really nasty doctrine out there about that. And I'm not going to get into that because if you don't know about it, you're better off not knowing. But I do want to show you this picture. I'll share a screen here with you if I can. I'm not sure if I can pull it off. I'll try it. Yeah, looks like I might be able to. So here it is. This may be the better one here to look at. I don't know. Let me see. No. Okay. Can you all see that a little bit better? So if you look, so this is the J man, okay? And look, you could see he looks like an Anglo-Saxon to begin with. But right here is who they say this is Alazar. That don't look like no male. Look at the males all have beards. See all their beards? Except this guy don't. But anyway, look at the feminine look on the face of the one sitting right here next to him. The face looks almond shaped and very white. It almost looked like a low cut shirt here with this almost looks like a breast right here. And they say this is Alazar. Is what it's supposed to be portraying here.
It looks like a depiction of his mother, the way they like to make her look.
Yeah, it could be Mary. It could be Mary Magdalene, or even his mother. Who knows? But it definitely looks feminine, right? But you see, he's trying to, and so this one here that's whispering in this one's ear must be Peter, asking him to ask him who the betrayer is. You see that? But look how the J-man himself even looks Anglo-Saxon. Doesn't look anything like somebody from the Middle East. None of these guys do really, except maybe this one. This one here makes a little bit more Middle Eastern, and possibly the one on the very end here. The rest of them all look like they're from Greece or Rome or somewhere. You know.
The one that looks like she's sitting right next to him. It
Yeah.
also looks like she's holding a baby under a blanket or cloak there or whatever she's wearing.
Yeah. So at least they have the Last Supper labeled correctly here, the Last Supper. At least they did that right. But this is only depicting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 people in this room. But Mark 14 says, he said, it's one of the 12. So there must have been more people in here more Galileans eating the Last Supper. This was definitely not the Passover meal. In verse 30 here, absolutely is solid proof of that, but that they might eat the Passover. So it was not eaten yet by anybody. Okay. All right. All right. Any questions? Doesn't it look like a woman in that picture? It really, truly does. It's kind of weird why he would do that, but I'm not going to elaborate any further on that. Like I said, if you haven't heard the perversion side of that, you're better off. Sometimes you get something in your mind and it's hard to get it out, you know. Okay, so yeah, and that's a good point, Sandra. It was painted in 1945. And obviously, Da Vinci was not an eyewitness, and how could he have come up with the ways that all those people looked and stuff? So, or even accurately portray the event. You know what I'm saying? All right. Any questions or anything further on that? We lost Raz, huh? Okay. Let's go ahead and go then, Phil.
Verse 29. Pilate therefore came out to them and said, "What accusation do you bring against this man?" They answered and said to him, "If he were not an evildoer, we would not have delivered him up to you." Then Pilate said to them, "You take him and judge him according to your law." The Yehudim said to him, "It is not right for us to put anyone to death, in order that the word of Yahuwah might be concluded, which he spoke, signifying by what death he was about to die." Then Pilate went back to the palace and called Yahusha and said to him, "Are you the sovereign of the Yehudim?" Yahusha answered them, "Do you say this for yourself, or did others talk to you about me?" Pilate answered, "Am I a Yahudui? Sorry, do I? Your own nation and your chief priests have delivered you to me. What did you do?" Yahusha answered, "My reign is not of this world. If my reign were of this world, my servants would fight, so that I should not be delivered to the Yehudim.
Okay, stop. And there's where I was talking about, where he said that my reign is not of this world. If my reign were of this world, my servants would fight, so that I should not be delivered to the Yehudim. And so I think this thing with Peter cutting off this guy's ear was a little bit of evidence, if you will, of Yahuwah being the sovereign of Israel, although his kingdom was not of this reign. Everybody picking up what I'm laying down on that? Just like a taste of it, right? Okay, no questions? All right, Phil, let's go.
But now my reign is not from here. Then Pilate said to him, You are a sovereign then. Yahusha answered, You say it, because I am a sovereign. For this I was born, and for this I have come into the world, that I might bear witness to the truth. Everyone who is of the truth hears my voice. Pilate said to him, What is truth?
Okay, stop. So somebody answer that question. What is truth?
The word of Yahuwah.
His word is truth. What else?
He is truth.
Yahusha is truth. What else? Okay, everybody go to John 16:13. John 16:13. But when he comes, the Ruach of the truth, the Ruach is truth. So we have the Father's truth, the Son is truth, the Ruach is truth, the Word is truth. How can all these things be the truth?
Because they all come from Yahuwah.
Oneness.
Because they're all one.
Yeah, because they're all one. They're one in the same being, right? That's why. They're all truth. Everybody seeing that? Okay, let's go ahead and move on then, Phil.
I'll back up a little bit. Verse 38. Pilate said to him, What is truth? And when he had said this, he went out again to the Yehudim and said to them, I find no guilt in him. But you have a habit that I shall release someone to you at Passover. Do you wish then that I release to you the sovereign of Yehudim? Then they shouted again, saying, Not this one, but Barabbas. And Barabbas was a robber.
Okay. So Barabbas was a robber, and then in Luke 23:18 and 19, Barabbas was also a murderer, labeled a murderer. Is that a contradiction? No. So what does it mean then? He was both, right? He was both a robber and a murderer, right? Okay. So 19 now. Tad, you want to take that one?
Okay. Then, therefore,
Let me just say here real quick that I appreciate you guys reading. I really do. It's very helpful. And also, this chapter 19 here, folks, is extremely, and I mean extremely important chapter. You really want to focus in on this one. Don't miss a word of this chapter. It's extremely important. Go ahead, Ted.
okay. Then, therefore, Pilate took Yahusha and scourged him.
Scout.
And the soldiers plaited a crown of thorns and placed it on his head, and they put a purple robe on him and came to him and said, "Greetings, sovereign of the Yehudim." And they slapped him in the face. And Pilate went outside again and said to them, "See, I am bringing him out to you to let you know that I find no guilt in him." Then Yahusha came outside, wearing the crown of thorns and the purple robe. And Pilate said to them, "See the man." So when the chief priests and officers saw him, they shouted, saying, "Stake! Stake!" Pilate said to them, "You take him and stake him, for I find no guilt in him." The Yehudim answered him, "We have a law, and according to our law, he ought to die, for he has made himself the son of Elohim."
Okay, hang on a minute, Dad. This being made himself son of Elohim is a Hebraic term or figure of speech that means that he is making himself out to be Yahuwah in the flesh. Okay, incarnated. So that's what he's being charged with. Go ahead, Joshua.
Couple things. Number one is the purple robe. I know that I've been reading that purple was the color of royalty. Is that why they had him wear a purple robe? Was this color purple somehow significant?
Yeah, it's a royal color.
And
It's
then,
to be by a higher power.
okay. And were they mocking that by adorning him in purple? I mean, was that a mocking thing? Was that
Yeah, they were mocking him. Yes.
And then, it says stake. Was that the word staros, the Greek word staros? When in verse 6, it
Yeah, it
says
could have
stake.
been.
Pilate said to them,
Yeah, being that this is Yahudim again, more than likely they were saying Nos. Nos.
Yeah,
Nos.
so I'm just saying, because stake is it doesn't have a connotation of a crossbar, so that's just
Right. Well, yeah.
stake
I mean,
is single.
Staros would be Greek, but these were Jewish people. These were Yehudim shouting this. So when the chief priests and officers saw him, they shouted "stake." So I guess if we retranslate that back into Hebrew, would be Nos. Yeah, Nos. Would probably what they were saying. Stake is more of an English term.
But the original Greek, when this was translated, was they were saying staros, right? Was that? Do we know if that was the
No.
word? Or
This was all written in Hebrew originally.
okay.
It was not written in Greek. The lie is that what they call the New Testament was written in Greek. Okay, it was not. It was written in Hebrew by Hebrews for Hebrew. Okay, the reason we don't have any copies of that is because they destroyed them. So once they translated everything over into the Greek, then they destroyed all the Hebrew copies to try to get rid of the evidence. Even what they call the Old Testament was originally written in Hebrew. We all know that, and then was translated into the Greek. And New Testament writers also wrote in Hebrew. They didn't like Greeks, man. They weren't into the Greek. They didn't like the Greek. They weren't into the Greek. They were considered pagans. They couldn't
No,
even
I understand all that. I was just saying in the Greek the one that people refer to, the Greek translation. I know it's not written, wasn't originally written in Greek because these were all Hebrews anyway, right? So that doesn't even make sense. But the point is, I was just saying, I wonder if that Greek used that word staros in this right here in this verse is what I'm trying to get to.
If it came out of a Greek translation, yeah, I would say it probably was staros. But out of a Hebrew translation, it would be nos. And here in English translation, it's steak. Go ahead, Ted.
I was just going to say, as far as I know, I mean, yeah, like you're saying, I think I understand what Josh is talking about. When it was written in Greek, I mean, which none of the Greek translations agreed with each other, not even a one. They had a choice, and because it came from the Latin Vulgate, okay, and they were kind of following that. And in the Latin Vulgate, it did say staro, which was like, now into the Greek, it was staros, and you can see how close it was for steak. But because of their thinking, they had some guy along the line that said, oh, no, that's crux, because they were used to, they wanted to influx the J-man. And so they changed it, like in the King Jimmy version, you know, I think it'll say crux, doesn't it? But
I don't have
that's I think that's what you're getting at. But yeah,
yes, that's what I was getting at too. Is just finding to see if the KJV was.
But yeah, which is all a big misinterpretation again by the Greek. You know, some guy, you know, in his own mindset, that's not, when he had it right in front of him. Staros. Oh no, crux. What the? Okay. So that just kind of goes to prove that again.
Anything else? Yeah, I know the rumor out there is that the New Testament was written in the Greek and the Old Testament was written in Hebrew. But that's not true. If you believe that, you need to quit believing that. They do have a copy of Matthew, in Hebrew as it was originally written, but all these people were Hebrew. Even Luke was. You know, everybody said, well, Luke was a Greek physician. Yeah, he was, but he was living in Dispersa. He was he wasn't a Hellenist. He was a Hebrew living in, his parents were living in Dispersa and he was born there. So he went to Greek school to learn to be a physician, but his lineage was Hebrew.
I think for me, it just shows that, I was going to say, for me, it just shows that when it was written in Greek, that if it said that and the connotation was a steak and not a crux, even back then, with that in transliteration, then it gives more credence that it wasn't, you know, it's more evidence that it wasn't a crux. You know what I mean? It wasn't a crossbar.
Yeah.
You know, if even in the Greek it shows that, you know what I'm saying? That's the point I'm trying to get to ultimately.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
That's it, you know.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, they weren't saying crucify him, right? Like the King Jimmy says. What does the King Jimmy say? Let me look at it real quick. Let me see.
Crucify.
Does it say crucify?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought it said. So in the King Jimmy, it's saying crucify him. All right. So which would mean a crux?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but crucifyings weren't really. It was more. You were more likely to be staked than to be crucified. Is that correct? I mean, that was a more common way of execution, if from what I'm learning is correct. But
from what I understand, yes.
Because I mean, that was even going back to, like, you know, I mean, you just look at guys throughout history like Vlad the Impaler and people of that ilk. They were always staking people. I just, you know, I don't know. But I guess the Romans did crucify people, right? But I mean, I don't know how common it was, you know, compared to staking, you know. But
I don't think it was real common because it was harder to do. You know what I mean? Putting them on a pole or a tree, or like you say, impaling them was a lot easier than crucifying. You know, there was a lot more work, a lot more lumber, and a lot more effort in that. You know, But what I read back during that first century time period, that was put them on a pole was more common, and they would like put they would put a little seat there, kind of like on there, if they wanted them to suffer for days, where they were kind of like half sitting there. But if not, if they wanted them to die quickly, they wouldn't do that. But and then to make it like really, really painful toward the end, they would break their legs, and that would give them severe pain and torture and bring swift death. Okay. But we all know that Yahusha never got his legs broke, right? They didn't break his legs because it was prophesied that his legs would not be broken. Right? Isaiah 53, I think. All right. Anything else? Okay, let's go ahead and move on. You know, I've just realized I've been doing this the whole time without coming on. Go ahead, Ted.
Okay, I think oh, go ahead.
Picky-boo.
So picking up at verse 8, I believe. So when Pilate heard this word, he was more terrified.
Wow. Stop right there. Why was he more terrified? What terrified him?
That they told him, I believe that they told him he has made himself the son of Elohim. I don't think he understood that until they said that right there.
Yeah, what was he thinking? What was he thinking before that?
That he was just the king.
He was claiming to be the king.
Man.
All right. Now all of a sudden, the king of Elohim, and so he was more terrified now. Wait a minute, that's a totally different subject, you know. All right, let's go.
So when Pilate heard this word, he was more terrified and went back into the palace and asked Yahusha, "Where are you from?" But Yahusha gave him no answer. Then Pilate said to him, "Do you not speak to me? Do you not know that I possess authority to stake you, and I possess authority to release you?" Yahusha answered, "You would possess no authority against me if it were not given you from above. Because of this, he who delivered me to you has greater sin."
Okay, hang on. So what does that mean? You would possess no authority against me if it were not given you from above. What's that mean?
If he hadn't said he was going to do all, I mean, he's told us everything he's going to do. That's basically what it is.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
No one would be able to touch him unless it was allowed by Yahuwah.
Right. So is that free will, or is that predestined? What's he saying here? That this is the way Yahuwah wants it, and so this is the way it's going to happen? Kind of what he's saying, isn't it? Go ahead, Raul.
I think what he's saying is Yahuwah has all power. Without Yahuwah's power, he had no authority to do anything.
Mm-hmm. There's a tradition, if you will, that says at this point here, Yahusha disappeared, vanished, and translated himself out of the palace and was gone for several hours. And then he came back. This is found in the writings. It was in the Roman library, which is probably now in the vaults of the Vatican, no doubt. But there's a letter written from Pilate to Caesar that Pilate states in there that Yahusha actually disappeared and was gone for several hours and then came back. Okay. And this reason why Pilate offers his son in the place to replace Yahuwah, to be sacrificed instead of Yahusha, because he realized who he really was. Okay. So that's just a little bit of information. I just wanted to let you know that is out there from Pilate. Romans kept really, really good records, especially if it had anything to do with Pilate, with Caesar. Okay, so since the letter was addressed to Caesar, it went into the Roman library, and rumor has it it's now in the Vatican. All right, so I don't know if anybody's ever heard that story before, but that's what they say. I did read the letter one time. I did find it online. I know it's available, at least it was. And it's a very interesting letter. So, any questions, comments? Okay, let's continue on then.
From then on, Pilate was seeking to release him, but the Yehudim shouted, saying, "If you release this one, you are not Kaiser's friend. Everyone who makes himself a sovereign does not speak against Kaiser." Therefore, when Pilate heard these words, he brought Yahusha out and sat down in the judgment seat in a place that is called Pavement, but in Hebrew, Gabbatha. And it was the preparation of the Passover at about the 6th hour. And he said to the Yehudim, "See your sovereign."
Okay, wait now. All right, so what does that mean right there? And it was the preparation of the Passover at about the 6th hour. What does that mean? Go ahead, Ted.
Means it was the day before.
Before what?
The Passover, the actual Passover, a full day before the Passover was to happen.
Nope. Anybody else? Go ahead, Raul.
Prep day for unleavened bread.
Yes.
They ate the Passover in the evening, so it was the day that they cooked the lamb.
They sacrificed and prepared and cooked the lamb. So it's preparation day of the Passover meal, which was eaten on the first day of unleavened bread.
Exactly.
Okay. Phyllis, go ahead.
That was what I was going to say.
Okay. What's the 6th hour? What time would that be?
Six a.m.
No. Raul?
Noontime.
Noontime. Phyllis?
I thought it was 3 o'clock, but Raul's probably right.
Yeah, he's right. So 6th hour would be straight up noon as far as we're concerned. All right. So the preparation of the Passover meal is Passover day. Okay. But the preparation of the Passover meal, because the meal isn't eaten until the sundown on first day of unleavened bread, is eaten in haste with your boots on and your walking cane handy and your coat on. And generally it's eaten, the entire meal's eaten before midnight. If any of that meal's left over, come sun up, that's not to be eaten, is to be gathered and burn up. You're not allowed to eat it once the sunshine comes. sunrise comes. All right. Any questions? All right, Ted, let's go.
Picking up at 15. But they shouted, "Away, away, stake him." Pilate said to them, "Shall I stake your sovereign?" The chief priests answered, "We have no sovereign except Kaiser." At that time, then, he delivered him to them to be staked. And they took Yahusha and led him away. And bearing his stake, he went out to the so-called place of a skull, which is called in Hebrew Golgotha, where they staked him, and 2 others with him, one on this side and one on that side, and Yahusha in the middle. And Pilate wrote a title too, and put it on the stake. And it was written, Yahusha of Nazareth, the sovereign of the Yehudim. Many of the Yehudim therefore read this title, for the place where Yahusha was staked was near the city. And it was written in Hebrew, in Greek, and in Roman.
Okay, hold on a minute. All right, so why was this written in these 3 different languages? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Because there were those people around, Romans, Hebrew, and Greek. It said it was in a place, in a city, near a city.
In which city?
Jerusalem.
Jerusalem. And so it was written in Hebrew because that's where that was the natural people that lived there was the Hebrew, right? That was the native language. In Roman, because they were under occupation of the Roman Empire. The Roman soldiers were stationed there, occupying the land, right? So why in Greek? Why in Greek? Phyllis?
Didn't most of the Romans speak Greek?
No,
Maybe
they spoke Latin. Who was the conqueror or occupier of Israel before the Romans took over? The Greeks, right? The Syrian Greeks, the Greeks, right? Okay, so why is this written in Greek? What time of year was this?
Wasn't that about maybe 28 to 30 CE?
Yeah, but what time of year? What was going on here?
Oh yeah, that was Passover.
Yeah, the Passover. What's the Passover? What is it?
A festival.
A festival for who?
For the lamb.
For the Hebrews.
20
Yeah,
all
for
men.
Hebrews.
It was a pilgrimage festival. All men were commanded by Yahuwah of the age of 20 years and over to go there and celebrate the Passover, right? So all the Greeks, all the Hebrews that were living up in Greece had to leave Greece and come down there to Jerusalem. These were all the Hebrews living dispersa up in Greece. Did all of them speak Hebrew?
There are Hellenized Greeks.
That's Greek converts. I'm talking about the Hebrew and dispersa. Did they all speak Hebrew? They did? Not all of them. A lot of them just spoke Greek because they were born and raised there, even though they were Hebrew. Their lineage was Hebrew. They were born and raised there, and so they never learned how to speak Hebrew. As a matter of fact, a lot of them didn't even know Torah. That's why they wrote the Targums. That's why the Targums were authorized. Everybody know what a Targum is? It's the Hebrew scriptures written in their language and paraphrased by chief priests. We're authorized to do that. And so they took not only did they translate it into the Greek language, but they paraphrased it in order to explain to them what things meant, kind of like what we do on here in that language. But it wasn't really considered adding or subtracting, it was paraphrasing, because these Hebrews living in Greece and other places, like Ethiopia and these other different places, didn't understand scriptures at all. And so the chief priests were authorized to paraphrase the scriptures for them and give them a copy of it to help them understand what was going on with scriptures. It's called a Targum.
Hey, I have a question about, because it was written in 3 languages, right? So in Greek, obviously in Hebrew there's Yah, right? So doesn't that make sense that also in Greek it was also with of course with the letter I, like kind of to be Yah? So how did they actually pronounced? Because I don't think it's Isos or whatever, Isos or whatever. I don't really think they pronounce it like that way, like Jesus or Jesus. I think it's in a different. I mean, it has to be Yah, right? Like
yeah, it has to sound like it. It probably was more like yeast. I mean, ye rather than Yah, because of the IE. So
yeah,
it's kind of, you look at it like this. Like, say my daughter's name's Jessica, right? Well, certain languages call her Jessica. Okay,
yeah,
they don't say
that's
Jessica,
for
they say
example
Jessica.
in Finland, yeah.
But it's so close. Yeah, well, Finland does that. So it's so close to her name that she still recognizes her name, even though they're not saying it exactly like it should be. It's close enough that she recognizes immediately they're talking to her. If it sounded totally off whack, like Tillith or something like that, then she wouldn't know they were talking to her. See what I'm saying? So it has to be as close as possible in the target language as it sounds in the original language. But my question here is, why is it written in 3 languages? Why did Pilate do that? And so in the Greek, then it's because that there were a lot of influx visitors, pilgrims coming down from Greek during that time of year, and he knew that. There was a lot of tourist, whatever, pilgrims from Greece that time of year. And so he had it done in all 3 languages. Now, during normal time of year, were there Greeks living around that area? Yeah, there was some, but not a lot. It was a Roman occupied territory. Why would they want to be there? See what I'm saying? So it was mainly done because of the influx of pilgrims coming down from Greece for the Passover festival. Remember what we said. During this time period, there was probably the normal population of Israel, total population was about 1 million people. And so at this time of year, the influx of pilgrims that migrated onto Jerusalem was probably about 400,000 to 500,000 people. So nearly half of that country migrated and surrounded Jerusalem. If you can imagine that, where the normal population of that city during any other time of the year was about 20,000 max. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Draz brought up a question in my mind. What did it look like in Hebrew and Greek and what was the other one? I'm sorry, and Roman. What would the name look like? Yahusha.
Yeah, because I don't think they said Jesus or whatever. I don't really think it was that way, because it has to be Yah, but they have this just the letter I, so IAH. But I don't know how they pronounce it but if it's Yahusha, then it has to be also following the same pattern. I don't really think it's Jesus. I don't really think they called Jesus.
Well, it was written probably like it was written in the first King Jimmy, the 1611 edition, as far as Greek goes. And then the Latins, I believe, they wrote that IESOUS, I think. And the other one was IESV.
So it'll be kind of like ISU or something like that.
Well, it's supposed to say IESOUS. That sounds like Jesus to me. You know what I'm saying? It would sound like Jesus. Remember, they didn't have a Y. They didn't have a W. They didn't have a J. They couldn't even say SH. Yahusha, they couldn't say Shah. They said S. So they would have said Yahusa, not Yahusha, because they couldn't pronounce Shah. But I believe that's how it would probably been seen as far as written in their letters, would be IESV and IESOUS. That makes any sense. See, the problem wasn't in the verbal pronunciation of it, because when you hear somebody say Yahusha, you can say that as close as possible in your language by hearing it. So if you say they heard him say Yahusha, they would say Yahusa, because they can't see the Sha. And they may not even be able to say the Y, Yah. So how would they say it? Isusa. That's probably how you would hear the Greeks say that, because they couldn't pronounce the Y, they couldn't pronounce the SH. As far as the Latin goes, they could pronounce it. They didn't have the problem that the Greeks had. And the V made the oo sound originally. It didn't make the va. It made the oo originally. So it'd be ye-oos, something like that if they pronounced it, And which didn't sound anything close to Yahusha, did it? No. Go ahead, Tad.
I was just going to point out that if we're to trust, Lou's revision here, it does say, and it was written. And there's two little dots there, which means that there's a list coming, and it says right there that his name was in Hebrew. So I'm thinking that in every rendition, the Hebrew, Greek, and Roman, he wrote the name in Hebrew, because the name doesn't change. A name doesn't change no matter what language it's in. And then the rest of it was probably, to me, in Greek and Roman. But the name itself, like Lou has it right here, was in Hebrew, of Nazareth, the Sovereign, the Yehudim.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense, because, the rest has to be in the other languages, but the name remains or remained. Like UHUSHA, like Yahusha. So they would see that they have the because he came in his father's name, so they see the father's name in it, in the letter. So I'm pretty sure like he wrote it exactly, as in Hebrew, but just the rest of the text is just in different language. I'm pretty sure it's like that. Has to be.
That could be.
I just want to point out, though, that that's just my opinion. I'm not.
That could be, because there was no translations at this point. There was no translations at this point, so that could very well be. But we don't really know that for sure, but it makes sense. It could be. But the problem is when you hear it verbally, you can duplicate the sound. But when it's written and it's in a different language, you can't duplicate the sound because you can't read that language. So for that, it doesn't seem that that's what they did, but it's very possible that's what they did, because everybody that was there at that particular time knew that was Yahusha hanging on that stake, and they knew how that sounded in their ear. And so they knew that said Yahusha because they heard it so many times. You see what I mean? So that could be. I don't think we can pinpoint and say for sure, okay, either way. But either way, it doesn't really matter, does it?
But
Okay.
wasn't it Greeks? I mean, like in Septuagint, right? We also see, I think someone in Lou's book, it says that they changed to Isus instead of to have like Yahusa, in a way, I guess. I mean, that's how it would be pronounced. I don't know how they would say it, but there was an I think it's in the book I Am Yahuwah, that is my name. So it has more bit explanation about Septuagint, like why it didn't have like IAH, but Isus, because of so that the name Yah wouldn't be pronounced. So that kind of makes sense. Well, in Septuagint when they did that, I think like early 2nd century BCE. But I don't know, like could they be said Isus still, or?
There was no translations, but I'm sure that they could write his name in their native language if they wanted to. How they heard it being said, they would use their alphabet to write it, which would be IESOUS. But I don't see how they're getting that Yahusha out of that. I just don't. I don't get it.
But you do know that there was at that time still like Septuagint, because they made that like long time ago, like I think 2nd century BC.
That was just the Hebrew text translated
Yeah.
into Greek, but they didn't change Yahuwah's name. Yahusha's name wasn't in there except when it talked about Joshua, and Moses changed Joshua's name.
When I checked that out, it kind of said like IAHO, like Yao in a way, like IA. Wait, Yao, yeah, like IAOH. So that's how they pronounce. I mean, that's how they put those 4 letters in Greek, like Yaho, I think Yao, something like that. I don't know how they pronounce it, Yao or something like that.
The only way they would have known how to pronounce it is if the Hebrew told them how it's pronounced. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was just going to remind everybody that, like you said earlier, you don't translate names. You can try to make the sound like your voice, but you have to say someone's name the way they pronounce it. So they were saying Yahusha the best they could say it. Everybody, I mean, that was his name. Everybody knew his name, but they couldn't say his name. I'm sorry.
They said he is how they would say yeah. I mean, they just couldn't say it, So I mean, as far as writing it down, they couldn't. So when they saw it writing down, they'd say E, And it sounds like E Zeus. No wonder they named it the J-Man, because it was easier for them to pronounce like that over time. But at this particular time we're talking about here right now, in chapter 19, there was no translations of anything except for the Septuagint into the Greek.
It was interesting that this one man said in the comments that Josephus said it was as Yahuwah, kind of like, I don't know how they pronounce it, but Yahuwah, I think. Just like we see, just like we see in Latin, it's kind of like Yahuwah.
Maybe that's the way that IESOU. It would actually, it would be IESOU. Okay, stop. The only reason that S is on there is to make it masculine, let you know it's a man's name. So you didn't really pronounce that. It was just an indicator that it was a masculine name. So what Alan's saying here is probably is how you said IESOUS. So you didn't pronounce the S on the end. So it'd be E-A-U-A. That might very well be. The O and the U, and that U was supposed to make the oo sound. So maybe E-A-U, maybe that's how they would say it to pronounce it. Okay, but it doesn't matter neither really here or there. You know what I'm saying? That's for another time, another subject. So let's get back down in here on our study now, Ted. Anybody got any questions on that? If not, let's continue on. Go ahead, Ted.
Okay. So the chief priests of the Yehudim said to Pilate, "Do not write, the sovereign of the Yehudim. But," he said, "I am the sovereign of the Yehudim." Pilate answered, "What I have written, I have written." Then the soldiers, when they had staked Yahusha, took his outer garments and made 4 parts, to each soldier a part, and the inner garment. But the inner garment was without seam, woven from the top in one piece. So they said to each other, "Let us not tear it, but cast lots for it, whose it shall be, in order that the scripture might be concluded, which says, 'They divided my garments among them, and for my clothing they cast lots.' The soldiers therefore indeed did this."
Okay, hang on a minute. So this was predestined for sure, right? The prophecy, right? Had to happen because Yahuwah planned it and spoke it, so it had to happen. Anybody know where this prophecy is found?
Isn't that in Psalms 22?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's Psalm
Yes.
22, verse 18.
Yes.
All right, go ahead, Ted. So this right here, then, the prophecy is in Psalms 22:18. The fulfillment is in Yahukanon 19, 24. Everybody see that? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I didn't want everybody to miss the fact that John obviously was well acquainted with the Torah and the Psalms.
Yes, he was. And so, being a verbal or an oral society, the children were taught by the time they could speak the scriptures, the Torah, and this is how they taught them. They would start with a word or the first sentence of a passage, and then the students would finish it off and read the rest of that passage, that conversation. That's how they learned. Dispensationalism or replacement theology says that Yahuwah changes over 7 different eras or periods, even some up to 9 or 10. Okay. And so this, when we see, and so for that to be true, then there cannot be prophecy and fulfillment. You see that? So they avoid that. But this is clear. The prophecy is in Psalms 22, and the fulfillment is in Yahukanon 19. So that debunks that. You see that? That's a very easy way to debunk that.
Doesn't dispensationalism come from Darby, like 1830s?
Yeah, he's part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, isn't he who invented also like rapture and all that nonsense? Like,
Yeah,
I
he
think so.
believed in pre-tribulation rapture.
I don't really think that anyone really believed in dispensationalism like after, like before Darby. I don't really think so.
Yeah, there was somebody, I can't remember who it was. So there's the problem with that is there's 4 or 5 different approaches, or the ideologies attached to it, and they don't all agree. You know what I'm saying? So it's something we just don't want to talk about right now. I talked about that quite a bit last night. I just want you to see that there's prophecy and then there's fulfillment, means there cannot be separated errors and change. Okay. It proves there's not. It's just a continuation of the teaching. Okay. See what I'm saying? The fulfillment, prophecy and fulfillment. So there's no division there at all, or no changing. All right, let's go ahead and continue on, Ted.
Okay. And by the stake of Yahusha stood his mother and his mother's sister, Miriam, the Asha of Clopha, and Miriam from Magdala.
Okay, hang on a minute. Hold on a minute. So by the stake of Yahusha stood his mother's sister, and another Asha, and Miriam Magdalene. Okay, so that's 4 women, right? Where were the apostles? Where were his Talmudim? The 12? Where were they?
I think they were pretty close to it.
Raul?
They were in hiding. They took off. They were afraid that they were going to do the same to them when they catch them.
Yeah, they were scattered. The scripture says that the apostles fled. Strike the shepherd and the sheep will scatter. It's prophesied. So there again's another prophecy, and here's the fulfillment. They weren't nowhere around, man. They were gone. But there happened to be somebody else around. And go ahead, Ted. Read the next verse.
Then Yahusha, seeing his mother and the pupil whom he loved standing by, he said to his mother, Asha, see your son. Then to the pupil he said, see your mother. And from that hour, that pupil took her to his own.
Okay, stop right there. So here we see the pupil whom Yahusha loved was there with the 4 women. He was not one of the 12. Because if that was Yahukanon, the son of thunder, then the prophecy would have been a lie. Because the prophecy says, strike the shepherd and the sheep scattered. Right? Everybody know the prophecy? Zechariah 13:7. Let's go to it. Zechariah 13:7. So Zechariah 13:7 says, O sword, awake against my shepherd, against the man who is my companion, declares Yahuwah Zaboeth. Smite the shepherd, and let the sheep be scattered, but I shall turn my hand upon the little ones. And if we go and look at Matthew 26:31 with that, Matthew 26:31, it says, Then Yahusha said to them, all of you shall stumble in me this night, for it has been written, I shall strike the shepherd, and the sheep of the flock shall be scattered. Everybody see that? So that was the prophecy. This is the fulfillment. So it cannot be Yahukanon, the son of thunder, the son of Zebediah. Can't be. It cannot be him. So it has to be who? Is the pupil whom Yahusha loved. Who is that? We are told who that was. It's Eleazar, isn't it? Okay. So now, we understand that that this may be the writer of this book as well. All right? And so when Yahusha said to this pupil, not telling any names here, see your mother, and from this hour that pupil took her to his own. Eleazar was now replacing Yahusha as Miriam's firstborn son. he became her firstborn. This is why Yahusha did this. Okay. And so with that knowledge, it kind of helps us here a little bit about not only knowing who this author is of Yahukanon, but also the author of the other 3 Yahukanon letters. And so if we look at second Yahukanon, here and toward the back, we go to second Yahukanon, first verse says, the elder to a chosen lady and her children whom I love in truth, which is Mashiach, and not only I, but also all those who have known the truth. Okay, so Eleazar now being appointed as Miriam's firstborn son would be the elder of that family, the elder of those siblings. And so he's calling himself the elder. And to a chosen lady or an elect or favored lady, which we know is Miriam, because in Luke 1:28, the messenger calls Mary favored among women. See that? And so Eleazar, now being Miriam's firstborn son, because Yahusha commanded it. So Eleazar took the position of Mary's firstborn, replaced Yahusha. And so this little opening line here, this little salutation here, is a big hint to who the author of not only second Yahukanon is, but also Yahukanon, the book of Yahukanon.
Go
ahead.
Didn't Miriam, like, who's obviously the mother of Yahusha, like, didn't she love him so much? Like, obviously, as her son.
I'm sure she loved him. He was her son. Yeah.
Yeah, I just kind of think like maybe he chose Alazar to be her firstborn, so that when he, ascends to to Shamayim, I think that's kind of like to give her a little bit some type of what I was about to say, some kind of comfort, like that at least she has, I don't know, like that she still has a son, that she haven't really lost her son, So in a way, like, I don't know, maybe, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I was just trying to say that maybe obviously she missed Yahusha when she ascended, but like maybe it was just to give her more comfort that, or something. I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking that.
Oh, well, look at it this way too, a little bit deeper on that level, Draz, is that, once the Paracleta came, and Yahusha, no doubt, immersed Eleazar with the Ruach HaKodesh, okay, then he truly was her son.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, because it does make sense, because the Ruach HaKodesh, the Paracleta, he was conceived by the Ruach HaKodesh, right? So he obviously, yeah, like you said, he did indeed immerse him with the Ruach HaKodesh. Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? Is anybody seeing any other connection that is proven that this is Eleazar's the author of this book, or that he's not? Anybody? Don't forget what I said. After this study, we're all going to vote and see who. We're going to see I want everybody to vote on who the author of this book is. But I'm going to give you the final facts and statements on this that we've accumulated in this study. And once I've presented the evidence and the facts, we're all going to vote and see who this is and see what we come up with. We'll do that at the end of the study. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Does Phil get to grade the test?
Yeah, Phil's going to grade. He's the grader. So make sure you write eligible and don't misspell it, because he's a hard grader. He might take off points for misspelling. All right. Anybody else at this point? Okay, Ted, let's creep into it.
After this, Yahusha, knowing that all had been accomplished, in order that the scripture might be accomplished, said, I thirst. A bowl of sour wine stood there, and they filled a sponge with sour wine, put it on hyssop, and held it to his mouth. So when Yahusha took the sour wine, he said, It is finished. And bowing his head, he gave up his ruach.
Okay, stop. Okay, so first of all, what's sour wine? What is sour wine?
Vinegar?
Vinegar. What's hyssop?
I should know that one.
What is hyssop?
Is it soap?
Nope. So hyssop is kind of like a bush. It's kind of like a bush. So they took sour wine or vinegar, they dipped the wine into it, and then they wringed it out on this bush and stuck it up there for him to lick the vinegar off of the bush, the limbs of the bush, the branches of the bush. Go ahead, Phyllis.
In at Passover, they used hyssop to dip into the blood over the lintel to mark, and that was a precursor of Yahusha.
Oh, wow. That's a very interesting point. Okay, so it's kind of weird because I always thought that they took the sponge and stuck it on like a spear or something and put it up there for him to suck the vinegar out of the sponge. But that's not what this is saying. It's saying that, and they filled a sponge with sour wine and put it on hyssop and held it to his mouth. Pretty wild, isn't it? So when he took the sour wine, and now see, there's an account that says he didn't take the wine. He just turned his head and he didn't drink it, right? But here it says he took it. So after he took the sour wine, he said, it is finished, which would have been, in Hebrew, would probably been shalom. Shalom means, it can be mean it's finished. It can be peace. It can be hello. It can mean you finished your task. It's finished. It's done. So depending in context, it carries different meanings. Context is everything. If you don't have the proper context, you're totally missing the target. It's a total miss if you're not in context. So context is very important. I mean, actually vital, critical to understanding what you're reading. And bowing his head, he gave up his ruach. Okay. All right. So there's a difference between ruach and breath. And so here he gave up his ruach, would have been the breath of life. What was making him, he was breathing it in and out. Okay. And in order for us to realize, and when we say ruach, it can mean breeze, breath. It can mean spirit when it is being pointed to Yahuwah. Okay. But in order for us to understand that there's a difference between ruach and breath, turn to Job 34:14. So Job 34:14.
I have something important to say when you're through.
Okay. Job 34:14 says, if he sets his heart on him, should he gather to himself, speaking of Yahuwah, his ruach and his breath. See that? Two different things. You see it? His ruach and his breath. All flesh would expire together and man would return to dust. So if Yahusha actually left you all alone, even the wrong, even the unrighteous, all alone, they die, they turn into dust instantly. He still has to sustain even the evil, the wicked ones, or they die. He's the only life giver. He's the only one who has everlasting life. Okay. So here then, understanding this and understanding that, and I'll refer to this dictionary of the BYNV dictionary here, that ruach can mean, depending on context, which is everything, breath, wind, breeze, or also as spirit when it applies directly to Yahuwah. And understanding these things here now, we can see that when he gave up his breath, that means he breathed his last. His lungs stopped working. Okay. In this statement. So there's 4 different accounts of what Yahusha's last words actually were. And in this account, it was, it is finished, or shalom. And then he bowed his head and gave up his breath, quit breathing. Okay. Does that mean that everybody's got a different opinion of what Yahusha's last words were? So nobody's right. We don't know who's right. No, it means that he said everything that they said he said. He said all those things before he died. This here is probably the very last thing he said. But he also said other things as well, right before his death. Would you like to see him? Phyllis, go ahead. What you got to say?
Maybe it wasn't that important, but it was another testimony of the sour wine, only they call it vinegar here. And it says in Psalm 69, verse 21, well, you can go up above it. Reproach has broken my heart, and I am sick. I looked for sympathy, but there was none. And for comforters, I found none. And they gave me gall for my food, and for my thirst, they gave me vinegar to drink. And then it says, let their table become a snare before them and a trap to those at ease. So that it was just another prophecy that he was supposed. It didn't say, this prophecy doesn't say he drank it. It just said they gave it to me to drink. Maybe that, I'm sorry, I interrupted you over that.
No. I mean, it's a vital point. I think it's in Luke, man. I'm trying to think which one that was, which account that he actually, it says he turned his head, that he didn't drink it. Maybe it's in Mark. Let me look. You see, Matthew says the wine was mixed with myrrh even, for the gall or the myrrh which was used in perfume, and probably a narcotic, which would, numb the pain, obviously. Or it could, even if you drank enough of it, it cause you to commit suicide as well, right? And so, let me see. I think that's in Mark 15. Yeah. So Mark 15, verse 23. And they were giving him wine mixed with myrrh, which would have been like a narcotic type mixture, okay, to drink. But he did not take it. See that? He did not take it. But over here it says that he did, that he took the sour wine. So is that a contradiction? No. What could have happened here was in Mark, they offered him the mixture of vinegar or wine, sour wine, mixed with that mirth and created gall, which was our narcotic to help relieve the pain or even help him to die quicker. Okay. And he didn't take that because he wanted to suffer to the end. So at the very end, they just offered him straight sour wine with no mirth. And then he took that, licked it off of the hyssop bush. See what I'm saying? That's all. There's no contradiction there, just common sense that needs to be applied here. Go ahead, Raul.
Couldn't Yahukanon's version be closer since he was there watching and all the rest were not there?
Yeah. Yeah, it could be, but then again, not necessarily. Because he doesn't mention the mirth, the sour wine being mixed with the mirth at all. He doesn't even mention it. Doesn't mean that it didn't happen. So it doesn't mean that, like Mark says, that he did not drink it. Doesn't mean it's the same application. Like I just said, maybe they offered him the narcotic mixture and he refused it because he wanted to suffer to the end. That's what he came to do. Okay. And then later on, after he refused the first mixture, they offered him something to drink again, which was just the sour wine. And that's why it seems like it's two different applications, because it probably is. And as soon as he drank that sour wine, he said shalom and died. So it was just like seconds before he gave up his breath. Go ahead, Phyllis.
In Luke 36, it says, and the soldiers were mocking him too, coming and offering him sour wine and saying, but Luke never described if he drank it or not. It just said that they were offering it to him.
Go ahead, Ted.
My understanding of myrrh was like that it was like some sort of spice or something like that. That like
a perfume.
That they buried in it.
Embalming fluid.
Right.
Yes. When you drank it, it caused like a narcotic state. It numbed you. And it was poisonous to drink, man. But yes, you're right. They used it for embalming purposes. And it had a sweet smell, like a perfume smell to it. Anybody else? Okay. Since we're on this subject, go to so his last word here then was I thirst, and then it is finished, and then he bowed his head and gave up his ruach. So go to Luke 23:46. This is important because we're going to get into these other three witnesses. And so we need to understand all this before we get into another one, because you're going to see differences. All right. So Luke 23:46 says, and crying out with a loud voice, Yahusha said, Father, into your hands I commit my ruach. And having said this, he breathed his last. Okay? So this is saying something totally different. Well, John said his last words was, it is finished. Over here, and Luke, it's saying his last words were, Father, into your hands I commit my ruach. And having said this, he breathed his last. So now look at Matthew 27. Matthew 27:46. So that says, and I'm going to start at 45. And from the 6th hour, which was noon, there was darkness over all the land until the 9th hour, which was 3:00 p.m. And about the 9th hour, Yahusha cried out with a loud voice, saying, Allah, Ali, Ali, lama sabachthani. That is, my all, why have you forsaken me? Some of those standing there, having heard this, said, this one cries out for Eliyahu. And immediately one of them ran and took a sponge and filled it with sour wine and put it on a reed and gave it to him to drink. But the rest said, leave it. Let us see if Eliyahu comes to save him. And Yahusha cried out again with a loud voice and gave up his ruach. Okay, so it doesn't say what he said. It just said he cried out with a loud voice and gave up his ruach. So a lot of people think he just screamed, and then died, right? But really, what did he? And again, with a loud voice, what did he say? Probably it is finished, like John said. He said, "Shalom," and gone, right? So prior to that, he said, my all, why have you forsaken me? Which is cluing his students of what was happening at that particular moment by referencing them to Psalms 22, which is the first line of Psalms 22. So everybody there in this oral society knew what Yahusha was doing. He was sending them to Psalms 22 to read that, and they knew it verbatim, so they would understand what was going on. They were taught it from the time they could speak. Everybody seeing that? So there's no really contradiction there. It doesn't say what he said. He just says he cried out with a loud voice. So the final one then would be in Mark 15. So Mark 15 says 15:34 says, and at the 9th hour, Yahusha cried out with a loud voice, saying, Allah, Allah, lama sabachthani, which is translated, my all, why have you forsaken me? And some of those standing by, when they heard it, said, see, he is calling for Eliyahu. And someone ran and filled a sponge with sour wine and put it on a reed and offered it to him to drink, saying, leave him, let us see if Eliyahu comes to take him down. And Yahusha cried out with a loud voice and breathed his last. So that's like in total context to you, Matthew. Okay. And so what did he cry out? What was his final thing? He cried out just like Yahukanon said he did right before he took his last breath. Shalom. Okay. So the only one here that's even comes into any type of question, if you will, would be Luke 23:46, right? So Luke 23:46 says that he said, Father, into your hands I commit my ruach, and having said this, he breathed his last. Okay, so what do we think happened here? Well, he said what Matthew said, and then he probably said, into your hands I commit my ruach, and then just before he took his final breath, he probably said, Shalom. Because Mark and Matthew both say that he said something loudly and then died. Say right at the end, that's when at his last breath, he used his last breath to say Shalom. So there's no discrepancies here, no contradictions, just more information provided by the different witnesses. Everybody seeing it? This is the kind of stuff we're going to run across because we got 4 different people telling us about this stuff. And don't forget, Yahukanon, 90% of Yahukanon, when it's speaking about our master, is saying something that none of the other 3 ever says. Totally different, 90% of it. But Mark, 90% of Mark is exactly what the other 3 says. Go figure, right? Go ahead, Raul.
I'm sorry. What I was trying to say before is the other ones weren't there, so it's got to be secondhand information. They probably heard it from the Miriams that were there and from Yahukanon because they weren't there. It's like when you put the four people go to the same basketball game, and at the end of the game, they all give you four different versions of how it ended.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's why people out there accuse Matthew of plagiarism off of Mark. They're copying what Mark said and accusing it of being plagiarism. That's why, because it's exact.
Well, Mark wasn't there either, was he?
No. Mark wasn't there. Matthew wasn't there. Luke wasn't there. The only body who was there, if the author of this book, Yahukanon, is Eleazar, he would have been the only eyewitness that was present when this happened.
So we think his last word was shalom?
I would say his last word was shalom. But he also said all these other things. But don't forget, who do you think Mark and Matthew and Luke asked when he said, what did he say when he was on the stage? Who do you think he was asking that to? They were asking it to these four women, obviously, because they were the only ones that were there besides Eleazar. So that's who they had to talk to. One of them, Miriam's or Clopha.
You know,
his wife. His aunt.
Hey, can you go to Psalms 31, verse 5? That's also said the same thing what Yahukanon said. It says, "Into your hand I commit my ruach. You have redeemed me, O Yahuwah, all of truth."
Yeah. Wasn't that Luke that said that?
Yeah, I think Luke.
Yeah.
But it's also in Yahukanon because it says he gave up his ruach. But of course, in Luke it just says, "Father, into your hands I commit my ruach."
You know, all of them say he gave up his last breath, but yeah, I mean, obviously that's prophesied, Draz. So that's a great point you're making. So that means that what the information Luke got must have been true because it's backed up in Psalms 30. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
So there you go. Even though he wasn't an eyewitness because they were scattered. And so what I'm saying is he said all them things. He said them all. But the very last thing that he said when he took his final breath, maybe as he exhaled his final breath, he said shalom. That's all. So there's no contradictions, no discrepancies, no nothing. It's just
some people are just like ignorant about the Psalms. Some people claim to be scholars and all that, but they don't really know. They just make up their own nonsense. Like,
Well, if you can back up something written in the Natsarim writings in Psalms or any other part of the Tanakh, then you know it has to be true. It's fulfillment is what it is, which totally debunks dispensationalism. Just blows it apart, man. Go ahead, Joshua.
When he's saying shalom as his final word, and then he passes away, is that symbolic of dying to the flesh and peace? Finally, there's peace because he's conquered. He's conquered the flesh, or
shalom can be.
There's something symbolic about him saying shalom at the end, right? I mean.
All right, it can be represented by the number 7 as well. You know what I'm saying? It can mean a perfection and completion, shalom as well. So in that sense, the perfect and complete work of the Ruach HaKodesh, because the Ruach HaKodesh shed his blood.
Which then is connected to, which then I would say is connected to Sabbath, right?
Right.
Which is connected to
work. Yeah, his work was finished on the Shabbat. Yeah, it's all connected through that. Absolutely. Go ahead, Raul. Go ahead, Josh. Go ahead, Joshua. No, go ahead, Raul.
A question so I can further my education. Did Luke hang out? Did he was he a pupil with Yahusha, or did he come into the scene afterwards with Paul as Paul's scribe?
Yeah, he was a friend of Paul's.
So he came into the picture later on after Yahusha's passing.
Yes. Anybody else? Any more questions? Joshua, you said something you want to finish there? You were getting ready to say something?
Nothing. I was just connecting some dots in my head. I'm then saying it out loud and not sure if I was making any sense or not. So I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll move on.
No, you're on line there. Anybody else? Okay, Tad. Go ahead and read that little writing Lou put in here, and then let's move on.
Are you talking about in the middle of verse 30?
Yeah, right after it says it is finished, that little insertion there.
So the Greek for "it is finished" is tetelestai, but Hebrew nishlam, completed or brought to an end, as in a contractual term. The word shalom means perfected and completed also. We can assume it was not Greek, but Hebrew was his last word. And bowing his head, he gave up his ruach. Therefore, since it was the preparation day that the bodies should not remain on the stake on the Shabbat, for that Shabbat was a high one, the Yehudim asked Pilate to have their legs broken and that they be taken away.
Okay, stop. All right. So therefore, since it was the preparation yom, what does that mean? Can't hear you, Ted.
It was the preparation day for the Passover supper.
Yeah, which was Passover, right? Preparation day is Passover. Okay. So it was still preparation day when Yahusha died. So there's no way on Yahuwah's green earth and under his blue sky that Yahusha HaMashiach and his Talmudim ate the Passover meal. It was still preparation day when he died. Don't forget, the Galileans called the Last Supper Passover. They included it in Pesach, but the Yehudim did not. Nobody else celebrated that but the Galileans. Okay, so since it was still Passover day then, and the bodies were not allowed to remain on a stake on Shabbat, because that Shabbat was a high one. What day was that? What did they wanted to take it down because of what Shabbat? What are they talking about, a high one? Go ahead, Ted.
That would be the first day of matzah.
Okay. And so what does a high one mean? The first day of unleavened bread was a high one. What does that mean? Why was it a high one?
I believe the Hebrews just used high Shabbat as kind of a traditional thing. I don't think it was ever actually called that in the scripture, but it just meant something different than the weekly Shabbats.
Okay. So they were identifying that it was different from the weekly Shabbat. So it wasn't 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Shabbat. It was the high one. Okay. And so they were identifying that. And so let me see. He said the body had to come down because of the Shabbat. and for that Shabbat was a high one. And so they asked Pilate to have their legs broken. So why? Tad, go.
So that, because we know that if that was like a tradition too, that they would break their legs and it would put more pressure on, that they would die quicker. That way they wouldn't still be on the stake on the high Shabbat. It would just move the process along quicker.
Which was basically immediately, right? Once they broke them legs, it put so much weight and tension on your vital organs, your heart and your lungs, man, that it was like they probably started trembling and everything else, suffocating very quickly, and the heart stopped very quickly. It was a fast way of ending it. So if they wanted them to suffer, they wouldn't have done that, right? Okay, so any questions up to this point here? Go ahead, Ted.
I'm not sure exactly where, but wasn't there a prophecy that mentioned that the Passover meal, you weren't to break any of the bones of the lamb?
That's correct.
Right. So, which was a shadow of Yahusha again. Just thought I'd mention that.
That's correct. So in Psalms, let me see. Psalms 34. I don't know why. 20. So Psalms 34:20 says, he is guarding all his bones. Not one of them is broken. You see that? So there's prophecy and there's fulfillment. So it can't be that there's different dispositions. That's got to be false doctrine, man. There's just no way, right? I'm trying to see where what Ted was just talking about. It's got to be in Exodus. So let's see. Let's go to Exodus real quick so we can find that. It probably would be. If you find it, let me know. Yeah, here it is. It's in Exodus 12, 43 through 45. So it says, and Yahuwah said to Moshe and Aaron, this is the law of the Passover. No son of a stranger is to eat of it. So you cannot invite anybody over to your Passover meal if you do celebrate this Passover meal, okay? This is the law of the Passover. But you can invite a brother or sister in the covenant over, like any of us could invite any of us over, but not a stranger, not somebody who's not part of the covenant. You can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. But any servant a man has bought for silver, when you have circumcised him, then let him eat of it. A sojourner and a hired servant does not eat of it. It is eaten in one house. You are not to take any of the flesh outside the house, nor are you to break any bone of it. See that? And so there's the prophecy. And then down in 49, it says, there is one Torah for the native born and for the stranger who sojourns among you. And 13:1 through 2 says, and Yahusha spoke to Moses, saying, set apart to me all the firstborn, the one opening the womb among the children of Israel, among man and among beast. It is mine. So when you become engrafted into Israel, your name goes on the scroll of the firstborn in the Shemayim, and you're considered a sort of first fruits to Yahuwah at that particular time.
Oh, that's amazing.
You are firstborn to Yahuwah.
Hey, isn't there an Exodus chapter? I don't know which chapter, exactly, but wasn't there a promise from Yahuwah that he will visit his people when Musha was saying, like, let me die, let me die for them,
Huh?
or something like that, when Moshe said that. I don't remember which chapter, though. I think it's like something about 20. I think like Yahuwah was saying that I shall visit their crookedness or something like that, if I remember correctly.
I'm not sure.
I think it's somewhere in Exodus, has to be. I think it's 32 or something. I'm not sure.
I mean, what's what point you're trying to make, Dres?
What I'm trying to make is that, like, in the beginning, Yahuwah already prophesied about himself, that he will visit his people. That that.
I see what you're meaning. As far as like a type of not breaking the bone type thing, you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That he was already prophesying about himself, like in the very beginning too. So what I'm trying to say is that all those psalms is literally about Yahuwah.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? All right, let me see if I can find something here real quick.
It was chapter 32 in Exodus.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure, Draz. I'm just not making. I guess I'm not understanding, or I'm not making the connection, brother. Anybody?
Yeah, sorry.
Did anybody else understand what he's saying? Can paraphrase it? Or can you see it in a different way? In the meantime, go to Hebrews.
Oh
12.
yeah. Sorry, I was meant about him coming in the flesh, because he said, "See, my messenger goes before you, and in the day of my visitation, I shall visit their sin upon them." That's what I meant. That he will come to die as a lamb of Yahuwah. That's what I meant.
Oh, okay. I got you now.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
It's in the biggest part here of all this is it's prophecy, and then we find fulfillment, which means that there can be no changes.
And we know that Yahusha is the messenger. He delivers the message. So I think like maybe some type of versions say angel. See, I'm sending my angel, but it's actually messenger. Like he's delivering the message of Yahuwah, right? So, and then he says that he shall visit them. So it's not necessarily meaning an angel. It's just a messenger. Some type of a man. Right? Like a human being who delivers a message, and it's him whom he shall visit his own people. But some versions just say angel, which is kind of a little bit type of so that that's why people have made up that Yahusha is just an angel who died for the people and all that. For example, we can also see in I think it's Exodus chapter 23 when it says, "I shall send my messenger," but I don't really think it means angel. I think it really means a messenger who brings the message from Yahuwah, and then he says about himself that I shall visit, that. And then, he says that my name is in him. So, that's what I meant. But some people have, like I said, kind of developed this false teaching that Yahusha was nothing but an angel and all that, so it's really a deception.
Like the Witnesses.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses. But that's more like in these Torah observant type of people, kind of messianics as they claim to be, whatever, in this Torah movement or whatever, whatever it's called. I don't know how to call it exactly, but those who claim to follow Torah and all that. But they just have a lot of false teachings. They don't really believe that, what we do. Or, I mean, what's written in the scriptures. They don't really, they ignore that. Because, they kind of they reject his divinity. So they say, oh, he's just an angel or whatever.
That's really important to point out, Draz.
Exactly. Because it makes sense that he's sending his own messenger and he is the one whom he visits their sin. So makes sense.
Anybody else? Okay, so the mention of the assembly of the firstborn is in Hebrews 12:23. To the entire gathering and assembly of the firstborn having been enrolled in heaven. See that? So there you go. So all firstborn belongs to you. When you join and graft into the everlasting covenant, you're enrolled in the scroll of the firstborn in heaven. So you're firstborn to Yahuwah. Okay. All right. Back to John then.
What verse was that, Mark, in Hebrews? Sorry.
It was back to it.
It was
12 something.
It was 12, 12, I think. 20.
Yeah, it was in Hebrews 12:23, I think. Yeah. Hebrews 12:23.
Okay, I see it now. Okay, thank you.
Okay. And you might want to look up Exodus 4:22 and James 1:18. Go along with that. Okay. All right. Let's go back to John now. All right. So where do we leave off at?
Verse 32.
1932. All right. So let's go ahead and continue on. Unless anybody's got anything else. Let's continue on then.
Okay. So in 32, it says, therefore the soldiers came and broke the legs of the first and of the other who was staked with him. But when they came to Yahusha and saw that he was already dead, they did not break his legs. But one
Okay,
of the
now
soldiers,
hang on. Okay, now don't forget now, we backed that up with the prophecy, which was in Psalms 34:20 and Exodus 12:46, which recites the law of the Passover. Okay, so this is fulfillment, which means there's no break, there's no change. It's fulfillment. It's important. Go ahead.
did you want me to keep reading? Sorry. Oh, okay. But one of the soldiers pierced his side with a spear, and immediately blood and water came out.
Okay, stop. This is kind of a critical thing here. And, I'm almost hesitant not to go there with this and let it go by. But I think y'all are ready for this. And so I'm going to go ahead and run with it. The one of the soldiers, when he pierced his side with a spear, he immediately blood and water came out. Okay. Now go to 1 John 5.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Go to 1 John 5, 6 and 8. So 1 John 5, 6 through 8 says, this is the one that came by water and blood, Yahusha Mashiach, not only by water, but by water and blood. And it is the Ruach who bears witness, because the Ruach is the truth. Because there are three who bear witness, the Ruach and the water and the blood. And the three are in agreement. Okay. So when he stuck him with that spear and water and blood came out, what down onto the ground, okay, what do you suppose this was a foreshadowing? What was the blood and water all about?
Isn't it like immersion?
Yes, it was immersion, wasn't it? And so what this is telling us is a lot of people ask, when did the blood of Yahusha apply to my life? Okay. And the answer to that question is during your water immersion. That's when he applies the blood. Why? Because he came through the water and the blood. So when you die with him and then you're resurrected and you come up out of that water in your resurrection, the water and the blood cleanses you. That's where it's applied. And then when you come out of the water and the blood, you're reborn. Just like when you come out of your mother's womb with water and blood and you're born. Same thing, but this is a rebirth. You're born to Yahuwah now. You see that? And the witness of the power of Yahusha's blood is what?
The witness is the Ruach.
The Ruach. So it says that these three are in agreement, and if we receive the witness of men, the witness of Yahuwah is greater, because this is the witness of Yahuwah, which he has witnessed concerning his son. So these three witnesses the three that bear witness is the Ruach, the water, and the blood. So the water and the blood is part of your water immersion. The Ruach is when you get immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh. So this is the witnessing that you have been engrafted into Yisrael. and you're part of the everlasting covenant. Okay? So the three witnesses, you're born again with the water and the blood. The blood of the lamb is applied during this water immersion, and the Ruach witnesses by immersing you in the Ruach that you have been born again. Everybody seeing what this means? Okay, so Trinitarian people go to the same exact verse and try to tell you that this proves that he's a triune God.
Yeah, they added.
What's that?
They added that for there is three who bear record in heaven: the Father, the Son, and the Ruach HaKodesh, and these three are one.
Yeah. So what did they do to that? They changed it. The way this is written here is the way it was shown in the original text. The Catholics changed it in order to promote Trinitarianism. So you won't find the way this is written in the Latin Vulgate. And even I don't think it's written that way in the KJV either, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think the KJV writes it like that either. But
yeah,
this
it
is
doesn't.
text. Okay, and so what is this telling us, man? This is telling you what you have to do to be born again and to be grafted into Israel.
There are many, obviously Christians, they always ask, have been born again, all that, but they don't really know what it really means to be born again.
All right.
They think it's like some kind of, spiritual type thing, but it's not.
Yeah. So we go to John 3:5. Go back to John and go to chapter 3.
I mean, they quote that, but they don't really understand what that really means.
Right. So Yahukanon 3:5 says, Yahusha answered, truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is begotten of water and the Ruach, he is unable to enter into the reign of Yahuwah. Did you hear what he just said? You are unable to enter to the reign of Yahuwah. Period. No matter what else you do, you cannot enter into the reign. Unless you are begotten of the water and the Ruach. That means water immersed and immersed by the Ruach HaKodesh. You have to have the Ruach, man. And where's the blood of Yahuwah applied? Where's the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh applied? Where does it get applied? Somebody. Where's the blood come in? Without the blood, there is forgiveness.
In the water.
In the water.
That's kind of like
just remember when a woman gives birth, man, the baby comes out covered in water and blood. The rebirth is no different than that. That's how you can remember how the blood is applied.
That's kind of like being impaled with Yahusha. Kind of like staking the old man.
Well, yeah, with the death is in the water immersion itself. When you die with Mashiach and then you're resurrected with Mashiach, as you come up out of that water, you're cleansed with the water and the blood. And when you come out of that water, you're reborn. Yeah. Go ahead, Phil.
And so can unbelievers smell the blood, his blood on you? I think Lou had an article about that once, or some type of writing. I can't remember where it was, but it made a lot of sense. I just wonder what you guys think.
Yeah. As far as an unbeliever goes, somebody that has been reborn again smells like death to them. As far as a believer goes, somebody who has been born again has a sweet smelling fragrance of life. But to an unbeliever, you smell like death. Everybody understand that? Is there any questions about that?
The unbelievers kind of really hate you, kind of like hate you for no reason,
Yeah, after my immersion, which wasn't that long ago because I didn't realize, but anyway, it seems, and then how you're self-fulfilling prophecy of yourself when you start thinking about this, then every time you get a negative response, you're like, whoop, that's what it is. But you know what I mean? So yeah, I think I've noticed that more more intensely as of late.
Anybody else? Any questions or comments on that?
You know, for example, I have experienced some type of hate. Like, I don't know, I'm just randomly some, like, let's say some kind of big center or something like that where there's a lot of people and they just, I don't know, they look at me very weirdly. I don't know, it's weird. It's a weird feeling. Like,
Yeah,
like they don't look at you like as they used to before. I mean, you know, I didn't really have that feeling before. You know, they just treated me as I'm like a basic human being. I mean, you know, like, you know, but then, like, I don't know, it was so weird.
Yeah, it seems like people do a lot of staring. My wife will notice that a lot of people stare at me, and I'm not kind of really paying attention. I don't know if, and I don't know if children see it or not, but wherever I go, and I know I'm a teacher and I do a lot of things for children, but nevertheless, children will stare at me a lot, even young ones.
Same here, yeah.
Really?
Same here. I got that too. It seems like I track children. They just stare at me. It's just really weird.
Yeah. So, and it's like you can calm them down really easy. I mean, it's just obviously a relationship with, you know, they know you, trust you.
And, you know, also animals too, you know, they kind of, I'm not saying they fear, but in a way they do, you know,
yeah.
they can kind of sense some kind of supernatural thing, I guess.
Yeah, and they'll leave you alone, or they might. I mean, you want to test, but you know, it depends on your demeanor, I guess. But yeah, and then and Mark knows about this, and most of you do. But many perilous situations, or could have been perilous situations, it's like I'm invisible. It's like I am not there, but I'm there. But I mean, to those people, they'll pass me by, but do something, you know, where I'm working, or what I used to, not now. But, you know, yeah, it was just like unbelievable in the midst of just pure, and I'm just standing there just like it's a regular day. It's really interesting. I don't know. And it's not me, of course. I'm not some foreboding looking fellow, but nevertheless, it's the same response. And I've asked in Navy SEALs, I've asked tons of people that are professional soldiers about this. It says it's because you pose no threat. That's all they can come up with. You're not attracting any of this negative energy when you're in those situations. So I don't know how true that is. So, you know, it's just interesting.
Phyllis?
I was just waving to Mom.
Oh, Mary Ann's taking out.
I mean, Mark, you've had that several times in your life, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I could tell you several things like that Lou has experienced in the Air Force. I mean, literally when people were threatening his life, and then just out of nowhere, the military police would just show up and ask him, "Are you having a problem?" And he said, "No, not now."
Anybody else?
Man, I think of those situations, you know, when he talks to Job about stand up like a man and instruct me on, you know, and this is a little out of context, but you stand up for him and you don't back down, but it's not because of yourself. So it's not an ego thing. It's not a nonverbal threatening posture, but what it is it's him walking before you, I think. I mean, that's one thing I could get. I prayed about this stuff, you know, many times, but the Father just said, I walk before you, so don't worry about anything. Obviously, don't do it in your own esteem, your own, you know, ego, whatever you want to call it, but you esteem him by being calm and trusting and he'll show you what to do. he'll tell you what to do. Whether it may be something physical, it could be, but then he'll show you what to do. I know it sounds really strange, but that's exactly all the times I've ever had to do combative things. I'd have to think about how I did it, and I would ask other people how I maybe, cuffed this guy or whatever it was, and they just can't even describe it. Like, how did you do that? I go, I don't know. And then they look at you with suspect. Like, you do too know how you did that, but I don't necessarily do know how I did it. You know what I mean? Exactly. So it's just, I think it's because he's walking before you and he prepared you. And I'm sure David was prepared watching those sheep with that sling. He's bored. So he's, swinging that thing, knocking off bees, off flowers, whatever it might be. I mean, he just didn't pick that up and do that. He'd been playing with that thing forever, ever since his youth. Don't you think, Mark?
Oh, yeah. Anybody else?
What about the I don't know, it says in Hebrews like entertaining the messengers, like has that ever happened maybe to us? I don't know. Maybe.
I think I've seen messengers. Yeah. I know my daughter did, and my mother too. Well, I'll tell you what happened to my mother. I hope she's not on here. I'm gonna tell her secret. Just a few weeks back, she was going to go grocery shopping, and she went and pulled into a parking lot of a shopping center. And she was, how you go up and down the aisles looking for a place to park. And so she was going up and down the aisles looking for a place to park, and all of a sudden she got engulfed in a light, and she couldn't see. And so she had to stop, slam on her brakes and stop. And so she was sitting in the middle of this aisle, engulfed in this light, and she couldn't see out of her windows. She couldn't see out of her mirrors or her windows. And so she just sat there. And she said she just kept looking around. And then finally, she said, "Is that you, Yahusha?" And she said, within like 15 seconds or so, all of a sudden the light went away, and then she could see. And she said there was this guy was standing there staring at her, and she didn't say anything to him. I said, "You should have asked him if he saw the light." She says, "No, I just looked. He was just staring at me." And so I said, "So then what? Did you go in the store?" She goes, "No, I just had to drive away and go back home because it was such a a hard experience." And so she just went back home. And I thought that was pretty amazing. But she has seen messengers. I'm pretty sure I have. At one time when I was in New York City on Times Square at New Year's Eve, I believe I did have a messenger standing right behind me. I don't know what the deal was with that, but it was 1 million people packed in Times Square. And I was in about the middle of it, trying to work my way up to the front, which I finally did, but it was almost impossible. But they had these rolls that were, barriers there where the police could go up and down, nobody could go through there. But anyway, the news media was going through these aisles that were barricaded off, and they were throwing these necklaces, these beads over into the crowd. And I was jumped up and grabbed some of them, and so forth and so on. And then I looked back, and there was this little old man. It looked like he was in his 70s, and he was real short, about 5'2", with glasses. And he was standing there in back of me, and I turned, and I couldn't turn away from him. I just kept looking at him, and he smiled at me, and I smiled at him. And I said, "Do you want one?" I said, "You want me to catch one for you?" And he just stood there and smiled at me. And so I turned back around, and when they threw it, I kind of leaped over there and grabbed a handful of those. And I turned around to give it to that old man, and he was gone, just totally gone. And the thing that came into my mind was that he was a messenger. That's what came into my mind. And I didn't even know Yahuwah back then, you know. I knew the J-man, but not Yahuwah. So I always thought about him, you know. Where did he go? You got to understand, there was 1 million people packed into Times Square like sardines. You had to fight your way to walk. I mean, if you wanted to get moving, you better be ready to be pushing and elbowing people out of your way, or you weren't going nowhere. It's how jam-packed it was. Where'd that old man go?
Mark, he might have been there to protect you.
He was, because of the stuff that happened after I got up front, which I'm not going to get into. But he was definitely there for my protection. I know that for sure.
Wow, that's amazing. So Yahuwah also works even when people don't really, you know, back then you didn't know his name, but he still protects his children.
Oh, yeah. He knew me. I didn't know him. He knew me.
Mm. You know what about your daughter? Like, is that okay if you maybe share it?
Well, she was coming home from Florida. She was down in Florida working on a project, construction project, and she left Florida to come here to Texas. And she was coming, and she had run out of money. And I can't remember what state she was in, but she pulled into this gas station. It was a nighttime, and she pulled over to the side of the gas station, and she was sitting there figuring out what she was going to do to get some gas. And she said she had got out of the car, and she was standing on the sidewalk and texting with her cell phone, somebody. And this little old woman come walking up the side of the building and walked up to her, and she said she saw her. And she immediately put her phone down, and she said, and she goes, she looked so familiar. She was trying to figure out, who is this woman? She knew her, you know. And she walked up to her, and she smiled at her, and she said, how you doing, honey? She goes, well, right now, not too good. I'm trying to get, back home to my dad's house. And this little old woman handed her a wad of money. And she said, go home. Just go straight home. And so then she said that she hugged her, and thanked her and all this and that. And she did something. She walked over to her car to get something out to give it to the woman. And when she turned back around, the woman was gone. And she said she went everywhere. She went into the bathroom. She went into the gas station, went everywhere looking for this woman right after she had just turned around. This was a real old woman, so she couldn't have got away from her, and she could not find her. She said she searched everywhere. She walked around the whole gas station, looked everywhere, in all the cars, inside the store, in the bathroom, everywhere. And she could not find that old woman. It's like she just disappeared.
Damn, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I really love to hear those stories. They're just so interesting, very, very comforting in a way. But because we can never know. We might have seen many times, a messenger entertain us and all that. Maybe we had some kind of like a near-death experience, and we, somehow got protected and all that. Could be possible.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you read scripture, I mean, and these messengers can blend in. They know how to blend in. So, I mean, it probably happens a lot more than what we think, probably.
So isn't there aren't they really called like watchers in a way? Like they watch over people, and they're not the wicked ones, the fallen ones, but they're the good ones who actually like blend in with people, and they know how to blend in, and how to talk like people and all that. Like, can that be possible? Like being called like watchers or something, like watching over us, or
Definitely.
can that be possible?
Yes, Draz, definitely.
I was thinking about that. Yeah, it's interesting.
Definitely.
I mean, that's so cool. Like they literally know how to kind of like be like us in a way. That's so cool.
I bet you all of our lives are somehow shaped by it. I think everyone's lives are probably. Who knows?
Yeah,
Who knows how
you
deep
never
that
know. Maybe you never know. Maybe when we were kids, maybe we have also seen a messenger, entertaining us. Maybe protecting or saving, or we can never know. But the children can actually sense that.
Anybody else? Okay, let's go back to John then.
Picking up at verse 35. And he who has seen has witnessed, and his witness is true. And he knows that he is speaking the truth in order that you might believe.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, who is it? What's this? And he who has seen has witnessed, and he knows that he is speaking the truth. Who's talking? Who's this talking about? And who's talking? Doesn't that sound like third person conversation here? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I think John, because he's been trying to hide his identity all along. He talks about himself in third person.
Yeah. So he's trying to pretend like he's talking about somebody else, but he's really talking about himself. Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, he's not using his name. Like you said, he quit using his name a while back. So he says, and he who has witnessed, or he who has seen is witnessed, and his witness is true. He's trying to tell you, I was there. That's what he's saying. I was there.
He was there when he got stuck with the spear and the water and blood came out. Isn't he saying I saw that with my own eyes?
Yeah, he's saying I was there. Yeah. Yeah.
And he knows that he is speaking the truth. See that? It's kind of weird. Like he's acting like he's talking about somebody else, but he's really talking about himself, right? Because he was an eyewitness. Right. In order that you might believe.
And that word you, I mean, can be speaking, that's to anybody who reads this afterwards. I mean, even us clear in these very last days, he's speaking directly to us that you might believe.
Yeah, that's right. And so, although it sounds like he's talking about somebody else, he's really not. He's talking about himself. So this author is talking about himself, right? And so since he's talking about himself here, then he had to be an eyewitness. Is it a possibility that this author is speaking about another witness that has been standing there witnessing this? Is there a possibility of that?
Could be, maybe. But I think he's probably mostly talking about himself, because he's the witness of the things that, that what Yahushua spoke, and what Yahushua spoke, what he did, what he experienced, and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So in order that we might believe what he has done, or also believe what was his mission and all that.
All right. So we had read and marked in that they all left him and fled. Speaking of the 12, so this can't be Yahukanon, the son of thunder, talking about somebody else. So this clearly has to be an eyewitness talking about himself but wording it in a way that you don't know his identity. It makes it, he's trying to make it sound like he's talking about somebody else, but obviously he is not, because he's an eyewitness. Because I have seen, who has seen, has witnessed. See that?
The next verse I really want to talk about it. So
Go ahead and read the next verse, Ted.
For this took place in order for the Sefer to be concluded, not one of his bones shall be broken.
Okay, read the next one.
And again, another scripture says, they shall look on him whom they pierced.
Okay.
Yeah,
Stop.
so that one was the one that I was, because I'm already in Zechariah chapter 12.
Okay. So these are predictions, prophecies. So not one of his bones shall be broken. Where's that found? We just went over it. Where is that? And what is it? Why is it important?
It fulfills prophecy.
Yes, but what is it? And where is it?
It's like a Passover law.
There you go.
It's a Passover law, and it's in Exodus 12, if I remember right. 12. I forget the verse.
46.
46.
So that's right. So this is the law of the Passover, and it's found in Exodus 12, 46, and it's backed up and confirmed in Psalms 34:20. We just went over that. Okay, so then following up in 37, again, the scripture says, they shall look on him whom they have pierced. So where is that found?
That's in Zechariah chapter 12, verse 10.
Right. And so here's two predictions, and here are two fulfillments, teaching us that the scripture is continual, not starting and stopping, and changing, like replacement theologians try to tell us, theologians try to tell us. This false doctrine. Obviously, it has to be. Anybody got anything questions or anything comments about this? Draz,
I was actually interested. I was interested about the about Zechariah chapter 12, verse 8. 2 verses before it says, in that yom, Yahuwah shall shield the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and the feeble among them in that yom shall be like Dawood, and the house of Dawood like Elohim, like the messenger of Yahuwah before them. So isn't that talking about Yahusha?
Yeah, in that yom, Yahuwah shall shield the inhabitants of Jerusalem from a nuclear blast. And the feeble among them in that yom shall be like Dawood, and it'll be strong. In the house of Dawood like Elohim, like the messenger of Yahuwah before them. And it shall be in that yom that I seek to destroy all the nations that come against Jerusalem.
And then he says that.
So if you jump up there to 6, you'll see the Samson option, military option, okay, or strategy. In that yom I make the leaders of Yehuda like a fire pot among trees, and like a torch of fire in the sheaves. And they shall consume all the peoples all around on the right and on the left. A nuclear blast. And Jerusalem shall dwell again in her own place in Jerusalem. And Yahusha shall save the tents of Yehuda first, so that the comeliness of the house of Daud and the comeliness of the inhabitants of Jerusalem would not become greater than that of Yehuda. In that yom, Yahuwah shall shield the inhabitants of Jerusalem. So he's going to come down at his return. Israel will have elected the Samson military option and set off a nuclear weapon, because the nations of the world, under the leadership of the anti-Mashiach, is going to march against Jerusalem to try to meet Yahusha there to kill him. And as they come into Jerusalem, they begin to savage the women, burn down the houses, half of the city will fall, and then Yahusha comes back, just at the time where Israel pushes the nuke bomb, because the way they see it, it's better to totally annihilate Jerusalem than to ever live under captivity or lose it again. And so they said, let's just take it out and take our enemies with us. And so at that particular moment, when Yahushua shows up, he shields the nuclear blast and protects Jerusalem and his people and destroys the anti-Mashiach and his army as they're advancing through the city of Jerusalem. That's what that's all about. That happens at his second coming.
And also when it says they shall look on him whom they pierced, that's in Zechariah chapter 12 verse 10, and I shall pour out on the house of Daud and the inhabitants of Jerusalem ruach of favor and prayers, and they shall look on me whom they have pierced, and they shall mourn for him as one mourns for his only son, and there shall be in bitterness over him as a bitterness over the firstborn.
Right. So at that particular time that he shields them from the nuclear blast and he comes down, the people of Jerusalem is going to recognize Yahushua as the Messiah, and they're going to accept him and acknowledge him as the Messiah. And they're going to mourn because once they see that they pierced him, they're going to understand that he was the Messiah, and they're going to repent and accept him as the Messiah, as their Messiah, right there and then. That's what that's talking about.
That's also connected with Revelation chapter 1 verse 7 to 8. Where it says where it says, see, he's coming with the clouds, and every eye shall see him, even they who pierced him, and all the tribes of the Eretz shall mourn because of him. Yes, amen. I am the Aleph and the Tau, beginning and end, says Yahuwah, who is and who was and who is to come, the Almighty. So that's literally talking about his coming, right? Like,
yeah,
that
happens at the second coming.
Mm-hmm. And I never really realized it till now. What I kind of did before was kind of proving to people that Yahuwah was talking about himself. They shall look upon him whom they have pierced, and so and shall look upon him and all that. But I never really realized that it was actually talking about his second coming, because I didn't really read it carefully in a way like other stuff.
Yeah, they'll accept him as the Messiah once he shows up and they see that him pierced. Okay, they're going to realize, oh, this is the Messiah.
And also, I think that that we can actually also say in Luke chapter 2 verse 11, where it says that today have been born to you today the deliverer, who is Mashiach, who is Yahuwah the Mashiach. I guess we can also say that, even though it says the master, but I guess we can say who is Mashiach, Yahuwah. I guess that can also be said as that, right?
Yeah.
Because because he is the Mashiach.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else got any questions or anything on that? Okay, let's go, Ted.
And after this, Yusuf of Ramathaim, being a pupil of Yahusha, but secretly for the fear of the Yehudim, asked Pilate that he might take the body of Yahusha, and Pilate gave permission. Therefore, he came and took the body of Yahusha. And Nakdeman, or Nicodemus, who at first came to Yahusha by night, also came, bringing a mixture of myrrh and aloes, about 100 pounds. Then they took the body of Yahusha.
Hang on a minute. What was that mixture for? He brought a mixture of earth and alloys, about 100 pounds of it. What would they be using that for?
Isn't that for his body to not smell too bad, or?
That was one benefit of it, but it wasn't the primary reason for the mixture.
Isn't that for anointing, or?
No. Go ahead, Ted.
Embalming, if I remember right.
That was a benefit bit of it, I guess. So what they were doing were they were practicing mummifying like the Egyptians. They learned it from the Egyptians, right? And so when they took in those linen pieces, they would put that mixture on them, and it would act like glue. And it would form like a cast, okay, a sort of a cast, if you will, on his body. And so it would mummify them in a sort of a cast. So it's kind of a gluish type mixture for the linen to stay in place. Okay. I mean, it also helped with the smell and all that. That was a benefit of it as well. Okay, go ahead. That's why they needed 100 pounds.
Oh.
See, that's why they needed so much of it.
Right.
Or like a body cast. Okay, go ahead.
Then they took the body of Yahusha and bound it in linen wrappings with the spices, as was the habit of the Yehudim for burial. And at the place where he was staked, there was a garden, and in the garden a fresh tomb in which no one had yet been laid. There then, because of the preparation day of the Yehudim, they laid Yahusha because the tomb was near.
Okay, hang on a minute. Oh, that's done. You're done. Okay, thanks, Ted. Okay, here we go now. Because the preparation yom, it's still preparation yom. All this happened. All this has happened, and it's still preparation day. A very eventful day. And so they laid Yahusha because the tomb was near. So this was just prior to the high one, the high Shabbat, or the start of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, day one. Just before it, they finally laid him in the tomb. Look, they had to wrap him with all these wrappings and put this glue mixture on him to hold all the wrappings in place and mummify him, like put a cast on his whole body, except for his head. They just wrapped a linen around his head, like a towel, sort of, around his head, okay? And laid him in the tomb, and it still had not turned dark yet. All this happened on preparation day, or what they call the Passover. The Passover meal has not been eaten because it does not get eaten until the sun goes down. And that begins unleavened bread. The way the Israelites used to measure when the next day started was when it got dark and 3 medium-sized stars could be seen in the sky, they would consider that the start of the next day. Not small stars, medium-sized stars. All right. And so this is prophetic in 41. And at the place where he was staked, there was a garden, and in the garden a fresh tomb in which no one had yet been laid. It is prophesied in Isaiah 53:9. So look at that. Isaiah 53:9. So Isaiah 53:9 says, and he was appointed a grave with the wrong and with the rich at his death, because he had done no violence, nor was deceit in his mouth. So he was appointed a grave with the wrong and with the rich. So he was among a bunch of dead sinners. And it was in a beautiful garden. It was a fresh tomb, and it was the area that the rich people was buried in. Him being poor of himself and righteous. So go figure. The opposite of what the grave was for. Fulfilling that prophecy in Yahukanon 19, verse 41. Even more fulfilled prophecy here. Okay. Anybody, anything jump out at you that you didn't get to ask? Any questions, comments, anything at all?
I kind of want to ask, when Yahuwah left the body of Yahusha, was Yahuwah like in in Sheol to, I think there's somewhere like in Kepha, Kepha's letter where he says that he visited the wicked spirits or the Ruach codes or something like that. Like, wasn't he like, ascending somewhere or preaching the Bezorah?
Yeah. When Yahusha was on the stake and he said it, Shalom, and breathed his last, Yahuwah did not die.
I mean,
Okay?
yeah, obviously, yeah.
Only the lamb, the sacrificial lamb, the fleshly vessel died. And Yahuwah pulled out of it. When Yahuwah disrobed himself of his fleshly body, he left it hanging there on the stake. Okay. And when he pulled out and disrobed himself, he took the spirit of Yahuwah, of the human, with him, because it's eternally attached. This is a hard thing for us to understand. Okay. But he did have his own spirit because he was 100% human like we are. He was exactly like us, but his divine nature, the Ruach HaKodesh, had blended with that his spirit in such a way that it couldn't be separated because it was the Ruach HaKodesh, but he gave Yahusha his own spirit, which was a part of him, but could not be separated from the Ruach HaKodesh. That's the best way I can describe it. Okay, so he pulled out, took the human Ruach with him, forever attached. Okay, and then Scripture says that he visited those and chained up in darkness. Now, some people interpret that to mean those who are in the grave, and then others believe it to mean the messengers that left their principality and was shackled up in darkness for the day of judgment. Okay, so it depends on your private interpretation, I guess, of that passage.
Is there any good reason why he visited them? Like,
well, it depends on which way you're leaning. If you believe he visited the dead in the grave, where their Ruach is sleeping in the dust, then he did it to announce to them that they could have everlasting life. That he did what he said he was going to do, and he defeated death. And so he went there to witness to them that they could live again. If you believe that he went there to visit the messengers that left their principality and was shackled in darkness till the day of judgment, those that left and mated with the daughters of men and disrupted the DNA of Yahuwah's creation, then he went there to let them know that their time was at hand. They would be being judged very soon because he came and did what he said he prophesied to do in Genesis when he said he's going to put enemy between Asha's seed and the serpent seed. So he would have been there to announce the fulfillment of that prophecy, is why he would have visited them. Almost like a torment, I guess, or giving them a heads up. Time's almost up, guys. Get ready to get thrown into the outer darkness. Go ahead, Joshua.
Yeah, I always that word enmity, it's a separation. It's defined as hatred, right? I mean, but I always thought that was off. I always thought there was a different meaning for the word enmity, like a deeper meaning, I guess. Because it's defined as hatred, but I don't think it's just hatred, blind hatred or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know if I would go there. It's saying that it's hatred, but it could be. It could be. It could be because I don't know about you, man, but when I see a snake, first thing comes to my mind is to kill that sucker. I mean, I know there's people that like snakes, but I ain't one of them. I'm a snake hater. So you might be right. It could be hostility, Joshua. It could be hostility. Could be enemy.
Yeah, I'm saying
like,
I'm saying that's what it's defined as, hostility. But I don't. To me, it doesn't. For me, it doesn't fit the bill. But I don't know. I just think. I mean, I want to. What exactly is it saying when it says enmity? I mean, between the two seeds. In your opinion,
some people teach this. Some people teach this serpent seed type of doctrine or whatever teaching. That, they teach that. What was his name? Wait, what was his name? Cain. They teach that Satan had intercourse with Eve, with Kua, and then Cain is the son of whatever serpent, Satan. I don't know. It's a weird type of teaching. I don't even know.
That's
they kind
false.
of twist it.
It's
false.
They
they twist the Genesis 3.
Look, what it really means, simply worded, okay, is what it's saying is that even though they committed idolatry against Yahuwah, okay, they followed Satan, right? That they wouldn't continue following. He wasn't going to let them continue to follow Satan forever. He was going to put a wall between Satan and his creation so that they wouldn't follow Satan forever. That's what that's meaning, man. So divide against Satan, not to go along with Satan, but to hate him for what he did, because he lied to them. Okay? He used one word. You shall certainly not die. You will be like Elohim, knowing good and evil. And the lie was they were already like Yahuwah. They were his children. And so not to say, okay, we fell, we surrender, I'm gonna go ahead and side with Satan now. Can't get along. You can't, what I'm saying? Let's just get along with him and go with what he did, because now we're stuck here. He said that's not going to happen. I'm going to put enemy between you and Satan, and you're not going to want to go with him. You're going to hate him for what he did, and eventually you're coming back to me, and you're going to be mine. Go ahead, Phyllis.
My understanding is that the seed was a representation of Yahusha, and that the combat would be, and the feud would be between Yahusha and Satan.
Yeah, I think that's the first promise of Mashiach.
The seed. So the seed of the Yasha would be the Mashiach. He comes to the line of the priesthood through Kua's line. Yeah. Would come the Mashiach. You can trace him all the way back to Adam and Eve, not Cain. But through Adam and Eve.
So going back to the enmity, and then he also says that he cursed the serpent, on its belly, which, if you think about that, the way that's worded is the serpent was mobile, had arms and legs, I guess. If it's saying, I'm going to curse you on your belly, it's saying it's making it at a disadvantage. It's at a disadvantage to us. So it's like, when you put it all together, is it basically saying that the serpent is hiding in that they have to kind of like sneak in the shadows in order to maintain their power. You know what I mean? And he cursed
Not
him on his
really.
belly. No, you don't think so?
Well, because look at Judas, the betrayer. Satan entered him.
Yeah, but I'm saying they have to work. What do you think it means when he says "cursed on your belly" and "put on your belly"? What is it?
Well,
what do you think that's referring to?
Well, I think that Satan went into the garden and possessed a beast, and to me, it was probably more like a dragon. Okay, yeah. And so this beast that was like a dragon may have had legs and feet, may have had wings. Who knows? But he possessed. But he possessed this dragon, and then that's when he beguiled Kua. Okay, and so Yahuwah not only did he put enemy between the anti-Mashiach and the Mashiach, but he cursed that beast because it's the beast that Satan used to talk to Eve. And I believe that this beast in the garden could speak. I think all the animals that was in the garden could speak. And I think the animals that are going to be in everlasting eternal reign will also speak. And so he took away his wings and his feet and made that beast go on the ground and go on his belly. And I believe that's what the serpent is. The snake is the ancestor of that beast.
Okay.
But it wasn't the devil. The devil only possessed him. After he tempted Eve and she bought it, he came out of that beast and took off. Satan was Satan already judged, man. Nothing happened to Satan when all this happened. Just the beast that he possessed. Satan was already judged because he was perfect until iniquity was found in him. And then he was judged. That's why Yahuwah made the lake of fire for the devil, not for people, but for the devil. You see what I'm saying? And as far as Cain being the seed of the devil, that's nonsense. Okay, Genesis 4:1 completely blows that theory out of the water, and they should stop saying that stuff because they're lying. It says in Genesis 4:1, and Adam knew his Asha, his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain, and said, I have gained a man from Yahuwah. That's pretty clear that Cain's father is Adam. I don't see how you can get any clearer than that.
And we know that those who tell falsehood and love falsehood cannot enter into the reign of Yahuwah.
That's right.
But also, I was trying to make point out about the serpent. Revelation chapter 12 verse 9.
And it says it cursed on his belly, and all the days he shall eat dust. And isn't the dust described as Adam? Adam is the dust. So this serpent feeds on us. I have a hard time believing it's a snake crawling on the ground. I think this is referring to something else. I don't know what it's referring to, but that's why I thought.
Well, back up to the vision of the serpent. Okay, who was it?
Right, who was it? Well, it was Satan.
Satan, because they would have said it was Satan.
Okay.
They would have said the messenger beguiled me. They knew what a messenger was. They absolutely did, because they could see into the Shemayim in the garden. And they saw that the messengers were continuously worshiping Yahuwah and singing to Yahuwah.
My thing is that snakes don't, feed on humans. I guess a python could, if it wanted to, a big enough python could, but the feeding on the dust.
You're going to get dust in his mouth because he's crawling on his belly. He's at the lowest that you can go besides a worm. They go down into the ground. You don't live in the dust, man. It's not human. Humans are made of dust, but all dust is not human. Not all dust is a human, man. Come on. He didn't use every speck on the earth to make humans. There's a lot of leftover dust, and they're crawling in the dust. When we return to dust, they could be crawling on you.
Yeah, but then
They
there's a
could-
lot of serpent. But there's a lot of reptiles that don't crawl on their bellies. You know what I mean? There's a lot of reptilian serpentry that lizards
it's
and
not
things of that
talking about
nature. That
It's not talking about them. It's talking about the ones that crawl on their belly. It's not talking about the other ones. We can't mix that. Now, there was something there. Okay, there was something there. Okay, and what you're saying spiritually is also true as well. Okay, and so let's see, where is that? Where he does that? It's in where is that? Oh, here it is. So it's in 3:14. And Yahuwah Elohim said to the serpent. Okay, now let's back up here. And so when Yahuwah confronts them in 11, and he said, "Who made you know that you were naked? Have you eaten of the tree of which I commanded you that you should not eat? Which must this tree of the knowledge of good and evil must have bared fruit without seed." And it was a poisonous fruit. Okay. And because a tree that bore fruit with seed was ordained food to be eaten by them. So this fruit must have had no seed, if you see that spiritual connection. And the man said to Asher, whom you gave to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I ate. And Yahuwah Elohim said to the Asher, what is this you have done? And the Asher said, the serpent deceived me, and I ate. So there had to be something in that garden, okay, that deceived her by adding one word to Yahuwah's word. The word not. Had to be. And Yahuwah said to the serpent, now Yahuwah's talking to this creature, this beast. So you know he's real. Had to be. It couldn't have been Satan, because Yahuwah knows Satan. So he's talking to the serpent. Because you have done this, you are cursed more than all the livestock and more than every beast of the field. On your belly you are to go, and you eat dust all the days of your life. Okay. Okay, so back up to chapter 3, up to verse 1. And the serpent was more crafty than any beast of the field which Yahuwah Elohim had made. And he said to the Asher, so he could speak. This beast inside the Garden of Eden could speak. Okay? All right, so it had to be some type of beast, some type of animal, or some type of something to do with a real living creature, man. Okay, and this, we could look at this and say, and the serpent represents Satan, was more crafty than any beast or demons of the field, which is the field is the earth which Yahuwah had made. So Satan was the more crafty of all the fallen Malachim of the demons. Okay, but that doesn't eliminate that there was a being present in the garden speaking to Eve or Kua. And so I say that this creature was possessed by Satan when he tempted Eve. And after he accomplished his works that he did, he split before Yahuwah got there. And so Yahuwah, knowing everything, he simply cursed that beast and said, on your belly, you're going. You're going to crawl on your belly all the days of your life. Okay? And then to Satan, he said, and I put enemy between you and the Asha, and between your seed and her seed. He shall crush your head, and you shall crush his head. So see that? So there was two curses, one to the beast, and then one to Satan.
You know, it
And
makes me think of, it's just,
why is he calling Satan a serpent or a dragon? Because that's what he used to defile or beguile mankind. And so he became known as that. Yahuwah never made Satan to be a dragon or a serpent of any kind. He was a Malachim. He was the most beautiful creation Yahuwah ever made. He was the cherub of covering, the messenger that covered everything of Yahuwah's. He was perfect in all his ways until iniquity was found in him. So why is he called a dragon and a serpent? Yahuwah transformed him. Oh, you're going to have horns and you're going to turn red and you're going to look like a dragon now. Is that what really happened?
That's what people say.
Show me in scripture where it says that the devil's a red dragon with horns. Show me that. You're not going to find it. I'll save you the time and energy. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Where does it say that they were actually speaking to Satan? It just says serpent. Am I missing something? Where does it mention Satan?
It doesn't say Satan. Okay. So it's like I said, it's like Judas. Judas was a vessel. Judas could talk. So Satan went into Judas,
right,
and spoke through Judas. He possessed him. The same thing he did to the serpent.
Now, it doesn't say that here, though. In the case of Judas, it says that specifically that he entered him, but I don't see where it says he entered the serpent.
No, it doesn't say that.
Okay.
So why is the devil nicknamed the serpent, the dragon? Why they call him that? He wasn't made that way. There's just no way. He was the most beautiful messenger ever made. He was beautiful. He wasn't ugly with horns and red dragon or a snake. So this can only mean that he possessed this beast that was already present in the garden. We've got to apply some common sense here.
You know what it just reminds me of? And I know I'm not watching any YouTube. This is just in my mind. Because sometimes I think of vampire from time to time. But it reminds me of what they portray in vampire movies, how these vampires, they appear as human, but they feed on the dust, right? The humans. And they're underground. And, but then you look at Vlad the Impaler, and he really existed, and Dracula's based on Vlad the Impaler, and is it a spiritual wickedness? Is my question. Is like, is it work? Is that what they're really getting to here? Is not like a? I mean, I know it physically happened in the garden, but like you said, it just seems like the serpent, whatever it is, I don't know. It just feels like there's a whole lot more, like it's just something that, I don't know, we're all missing, but I don't know what that is. And I'm not saying I have any to that, but I don't know. It just strikes me as strange, That's all.
Well, we have to be really careful to overreach things as well, because that's where all this false doctrine comes from. These are thoughts the demons put into your head, man. The battle's in your mind. You have to be very cautious of that, or we'll invent a new doctrine of demons here, like the serpent seed doctrine and so forth and so on. So we don't want to go there. We don't want to be
not that there's actual. I'm not saying that there's actual vampires.
We don't want to be a conspiracy.
But it's symbolic.
Yeah, the symbolicness is since the devil used the serpent to beguile Yahuwah's creation and deceive them, he is called the dragon. The devil is called the serpent. Everybody knows that. But was he made to look like that? No. And you can't find scripture that says he was. It's just a symbolic of him. It became symbolic of him because that's the beast that he possessed to do his wickedness. That's all.
Yeah, we're seeing, Yahushua saying that he saw, the devil falling down from heaven as a lightning.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like telling us about his origin.
Yeah,
like what
he doesn't
happened
look
to
like any other. He looks like exactly like all the other Malachim, but he's the most beautiful of them all.
And also I just want to say that, like blood rituals are real. That's not spirit theory. There are people out there, Vlad the Impaler did it.
What's that? You're breaking up really bad, Joshua.
Even the most famous picture of Vlad the Impaler is dips bread into a bowl of blood, just like when Judas dipped his bread into the oil and Satan ended him. So, I mean, I'm just saying, there are people. I mean, I don't know if they're people or not, but ritual human bloodletting is a real thing. And it was even, they were doing all kinds of things in Mesoamerica and the Aztecs and the Mayans, and you get into all that kind of serpent imagery that you see in those cultures. It seems like there's more here. You know what I mean? There seems like there's just more here than what. I'm not saying you're wrong. I think you're right. But I mean, at the same time, this whole enmity being put on his belly, it just seems like this Wickus has to work from the shadows. You know what I mean? It has to be shadowy because that was the curse that was placed on it. But otherwise,
I think it's just a bunch of crap. Okay, what I think it is the human mind is warped, and the human heart is deceitful above all things. And they're just taking all this stuff and they're cherry picking and making stuff up, and they're acting all this out because they're wicked. Their hearts are wicked. Their minds are unclean. Okay. And so if you believe all that garbage, you're going to be easily sucked into it and deceived. And if that happens, you're going to the lake of fire. We can't overreach and we can't make this garbage up just because there's some crazy nut down there in South America playing with blood. Humans do weird stuff, man. Period. Look at Jeremiah 17. And we got to control ourselves, man. We can't let ourselves be exposed to all this wickedness, these lies, these deceitment, doctrines of demons, and go along with it and say, oh, there's a sinister side to all this. We got to stick with Scripture. If we get out of that bounds, out into outer space somewhere, that's where we can get in some deep, deep trouble. We need to knock all that off. Jeremiah 17. People are conspiracy nuts out there, man. They'll tell you all kinds of crazy stuff. You going to go along with it? I'm not. I'm going to stick to Scripture as much as possible. So Jeremiah 17, 9 and 10 says it pretty clear. The heart is crooked above all. Above all. That means the demons. The human heart is crooked above all. That includes demons. If all means all means all. And desperately sick-minded individuals doing all this nasty, wicked, evil, dark stuff. Who shall know it? I, Yahuwah, search the heart. I try the courage and give every man according to his ways, according to the fruit of his deeds. There it is, man. That's why they're doing it. There's nothing more to it except that right there. Their heart's crooked above all, and they're desperately sick-minded, man. That's why.
Yeah. I mean, all I'm pointing out is that these cultures, they worship the dragon, like the Mayans worship Quetzalcoatl, this dragon lizard figure, you know what I mean? And then you go to China, they worship the dragon. It's very popular in their culture. I just see it in worldwide cultures, the symbol of the dragon. But you're right; it could come from the heart. I'm trying to make sense of it all. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to understand.
It's not a conspiracy. You can
I'm not
look at
saying
it.
it's
Look at
conspiracy,
it
I'm saying
like
it's history. It's
Look at
history.
it like this, Joshua. All around the entire world, people were using the cross as an object of worship for sun worshiping. The Europeans went to South America and were shocked to find the Aztecs and some other races down there using the cross as an object of worship, as sun worshiping. The cross was found everywhere, in every continent, way before the staking of Yahusha and Christianity. So what does that mean? Is that a conspiracy? There's something there? No. It just means people think alike. We're made to say we have one essence, one character, and one blood. Of course, people are going to come up with worshiping lizards and snakes and dragons throughout the continents, just like they came up with using the cross as a symbol of sun worshiping before anybody ever knew anything about Christianity and Constantine. It's just what they do, man. It's just what they do. There's people out there worshiping cows too. You know, they worship cows, they worship pigs.
No, I mean, I see so much of the symbolism with the dragon everywhere, you know, and I think to myself, where is this coming? What is this happening? You know, where is it coming from? You know what I mean? Why are they doing this? How could you ever, you know, take a human being to a top of a pyramid, cut its heart out, and eat it? You know what I mean? I mean, these are the things that they were doing throughout history. So I'm trying to understand why that was happening and what was the power behind it. Where was this coming from? You know what I mean? Like, why? Because you don't. In my opinion, people, maybe people, I just
Scripture
they
just
get something from it. What are they? You know, right?
They're sick, desperately sick. They're insane. Their mind ain't right. That's why they're doing all that. They're sick. Okay, their heart is desperately sick. It's sick above all other things.
Yeah, they're teaching arrogant nonsense, as we can see in 2 Peter chapter 2.
We'll read that.
Arrogant nonsense and all of that, whatever.
Right. That's right.
It's not anything scriptural. It's just their own imaginations.
It's the worst thing man has ever done. The worst thing man has ever done is sacrifice their children. I mean, that even shocked Yahuwah. Yahuwah couldn't believe that man would sacrifice their children. That blew Yahuwah's mind. That's the worst thing we've ever done.
Yeah.
That's all, man.
So these people cannot be. You don't think it's under the influence of any demonic force? You just think it's just all human heart doing that?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying I disagree with you, but demons have no influence on this particular reality that we're in right now, or no?
Yeah, demons influence. Of course, demons influence people. Satan influenced Kua when he possessed the serpent. Sure, they do. There's a such thing as demon possession, but it's not all. You can't blame it all on Satan or the demons. The human heart and mind is sick. We just read it, man. Of course, It's both ways. It can be both. Sure.
So in Jeremiah chapter 7, verse 24, then chapter 16, verse 12, chapter 18, verse 12, and then chapter 23, verse 17 also talks about the heart. So, for example, if you go to 7:24, it says.
Yeah, and I agree. And then all the movies and everything, when you follow your heart, follow what your heart says, and this and that and the other, and Scripture doesn't tell you to do that. It tells you that the heart's wicked. And
yes, it says, but they did not obey or incline their ear, but walk in the counsels and the stubbornness of the evil heart. and went backward and not forward. And also there's, let me check that out. Actually, I should finish it. And then there's chapter 16, verse 12. And you have done more evil than your fathers. For look, each one walks according to the stubbornness of his own evil heart, without listening to me. And 18, verse 12. But they shall say, it is no use, for we walk according to our own plans, and we do each one the stubbornness of evil heart. And then chapter 23, 17. They keep on saying to those who despise me, Yahuwah has said, you shall have peace. And to all who walk according to the stubbornness of their own hearts, they say, no evil comes upon you. For who has stood in the counsel of Yahuwah and has seen and heard his word? For who has listened to his word and obeyed it?
So Satan in Revelation 9, I'm sorry, Revelation 12, verse 9, is called a serpent. The dragon was thrown out, and that serpent of old, called the devil and Shaitan, who leads all the world astray. So it does refer to him as a serpent in Revelation 12:9.
Of course it does, yeah. But it doesn't say he's red and has wings and has horns.
No, I didn't say it looked like that.
They call him the serpent or the dragon because that's what he used to deceive Eve. So he picked up that nickname, man, basically. It's not that he was created to be a dragon. He is a Malachim.
I think he was named as Gadrel, the Shaitan originally, I think, because he's the one who seduced Kua.
Yeah. I mean, look at Jeremiah 7. This will show you where men's mind is. So Jeremiah 7:31. Jeremiah 7:31 says, and they built the high places of Topheth, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I did not command, nor did it come into my heart or into my mind. So Yahuwah never even thought that humans would do such a thing. It's the worst things we've ever done. I mean, it's a horrible thing. It tells you how sick the human mind is. So out of mythology, out of dreams, made up nonsense, we think to burning our children in a fire can do something. It shows you how sick the human mind is.
Mm-hmm.
If even Yahuwah would not even have thought that would not even come into his mind or his heart, it tells you it's pretty bad. Since he created darkness and created evil. All this other evil stuff came into his mind because he created it. It's just a really weird thing for somebody to burn their children, man. Sacrifice their children. That's nuts. I mean, I can't even fathom it. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Ripping a child out of a mother's womb is pretty bad too.
That's pretty bad too.
Yeah, abortion. Yeah, that's very bad. That's satanic type of nonsense. That's kind of reminds me of the sacrifice to Moloch.
Yeah, that's what it is. So anyway, I would urge everybody to kind of back off of these conspiracy theories, all this conspiracy nonsense, all this made up garbage, and kind of back off of the doctrine of demons and all this false doctrine. And it's not just the serpent seed and the doctrine. It's not just the flat earth doctrine or Enoch calendars and all this other crazy stuff. It's heavily saturated into Christianity as well. Look at all the holidays.
And
Go ahead,
Mark,
Phil.
what it does is distract us from our true mission. I mean, we study, and let me delve into these secrets. But are you talking to other people about the basics, the salvational issues?
That's right. That's a very good point, because all this crazy conspiracy stuff and all these different doctrines of demons will distract you from what you should be doing, and that's finding the lost sheep. Now, don't forget, if you show up with no fruit, he's going to say that you're an unworthy servant, and he's going to throw you into the outer darkness where there will be weeping and gnashing of the teeth. And that's real. That's real. So all this other stuff is a distraction keeping you from what you should really be doing, and that's collecting fruit, which is finding the lost sheep of Yisrael.
Yeah, I do 100% agree with that. But also, it does say know your enemy. So I think trying to contemplate the evil that we deal with on a daily basis, especially at least where I live, I mean, what I'm inundated with on television, in music, in every aspect of life, evil is coming at you. So I think it's very important to know evil, and all I'm trying to do is make sense of things. I'm trying to understand, okay, well, why did these cultures do this? Why is this snake symbolism all over the world? Why, the blood rituals? Why this and that and the other, and I'm not trying to get into conspiracy theories. I'm more just trying to relate it to scripture and seeing what is scripture trying to tell us why am I seeing these things in scriptures talking about the serpents and the dust and the enmity, and I'm just trying to make connections, and maybe there's no connection there, but I'm just asking the questions. That's all I'm doing. I don't think I'm not pro serpent seed or anything like that. I'm just trying to understand what it is that, because, we, as much as I'm in this book, I also live in the real world too, where there's a bunch of evil everywhere around me. So I'm trying to better understand what, what these things mean. And, I think at the end of the day, you're right. And it does say that we're not in a struggle against flesh and blood, but wickedness in high places. So spiritual wickedness. So, that's what I'm trying to get to here. I'm not trying to talk about conspiracy theories or anything like that, but we do have to acknowledge our own history here on Earth and what happens to it. We have to be realistic about it too. I mean, this stuff happens, and it has happened, and I hope it doesn't happen again. But they've got cannibal clubs in California. That's not a conspiracy theory. They openly try to, the rich people have these clubs where there's an actual cannibal restaurant in California that's open to the public. So I don't know. It's just, I'm trying to figure it all out. That's all I'm trying to do. And I just think there's a lot to scripture, and, but I agree with you, I agree with you, but I'm not trying to push any conspiracy theory. I'm just trying to understand. That's what I'm trying to do. And
Well, I can understand what you're saying, because I myself went and studied about the camp of darkness, and I felt that I needed to know the enemy and their tactics and their devices and their stratagem and all that. And so I went there. I can understand that. But there comes a time when you need to stop with and leave all that alone, because at a certain point, what does the light have to do with darkness? And what does darkness have to do with light? Nothing.
Nothing.
And so we need to set ourselves apart from that. We already know it exists. Okay. And once we are immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh, okay, then we're protected. So we don't have to worry about that stuff anymore. So to put time and effort into that beyond that point is probably not something we should do. We should just leave it alone because we already know what darkness is. We know what evil is. We know what this is. We know the tactics of the devil. Okay. It's pretty obvious. There's only two choices. There's only good and evil. There's only Yahuwah and Satan. Okay. We don't have to look for any more choices than that. That's all we got. See what I'm saying? So at a certain point, we need to stop. And that's, it's told to us throughout scriptures, really, that we shouldn't. We should not have anything to do with the darkness, but to expose the darkness.
It's kind of like if we spend too much, in that, in our head, it's kind of like it attracts kind of negativity and darkness if we, wonder why people do, why people do darkness and worship this and that. We should just work on our own salvation and just fear Yahuwah and keep and obey His commandments. That's all we need to do.
Yeah,
it's the duty of mankind.
Right.
So we don't have to really worry about any other nonsense like, oh, why people do this, why people do that, or it's just the evil heart.
It's just, what, it's tough for me sometimes because like I'll be in the car with my best friend or whatever, and he'll be listening to music that, I know the artist, is like saying just straight up wicked stuff, and I see so many good people just, they're embracing wicked things. Like they don't even realize, and I don't even, in my heart, I know he doesn't even realize what he's embracing, what like bobbing his head down, up and down to. And that's tough for me. You know what I mean? So I think there's another aspect of that. I want to help. I want to learn because I want to help others, At the same time, I think you guys are totally on point. I mean, it's best not to dwell in it. And there's nothing I can do, I can only do so much. It's up to them, and it's between them and Yahuwah. And
Yahuwah says, be set apart as I am set apart.
That's a good point. Yeah, He commands us to be set apart. That means stop studying about them, stop worrying about them, stop associating with them, stop investigating them, be set apart from them.
Yahuwah also says, be perfect as I am perfect, or be righteous as I am righteous.
Yeah.
Of course, we can expose, darkness and wickedness and all that, but if we spend too much time, it can literally attract, darkness in your life. It goes sideways. So, we can, of course, if people do some stuff, you should just tell them to repent and to turn to Yahuwah. And if they don't hear you, you just dust off your feet or sandals, or, that's how Yahusha said. If they don't hear you for a second or third time, then just leave.
Scripture also says, concentrate on the things above, not on the things of the Eretz.
Exactly.
We shouldn't put any time and energy into what's going on in the Eretz. We should think about the things above. And that's
we should also,
Yahusha, we're His servants.
Yeah, we should also, we should always give Him esteem. Because we should never give esteem to Satan or any of their not wickedness.
Yeah, if you're giving your time to darkness,
I think there's something to that. Not giving your energy, time, and energy to that. Sure.
Yeah,
I agree. I think I agree with totally 100% agree with you guys now. At this point. So.
Just been there and done that.
It's just tough for me.
Not being a hypocrite, because I've been there. I did the same thing.
Yeah, it's just tough for me because I'm kind of newer in my walk. So it's like I'm still trying to figure everything out and how to make sense of it in my mind. And I think you guys are putting me on the right path, though. That's definitely the the right hand path to take on the matter.
Yeah.
And I need to do a better job of laying off that and worrying about that and worrying about, myself and others, and in a more constructive way that puts more time and energy toward Yahuwah.
Brother Josh, can I just mention something that having nothing to do with evil and their evil ways? And there's also this thing about, if we are not salty, if we don't teach others and flavor their life with Yahusha, then we're not any good. We need to avoid evil. We need to avoid associating with evil. And we need to make sure we're salt, because he will spit us out if we're not salt.
Right.
I don't know. I'm not saying anything to you. Maybe I said it for somebody listening.
No, you know what? And I agree with that. And also, I notice whenever I get into this stuff, because I always notice there's a tinge of anxiety, a tinge of fear, a tinge of things that I shouldn't be going through in order to, so if it's doing that to me, then, I need to lay off it. I just, like I said, I'm newer, so I'm just trying to still make sense of things. That's why I ask these questions. That's why, if it seems like I'm being combative, I'm not trying to be combative. I'm really just trying to go through my own process to get to the right place that I need to be. So don't take it any other way, because I respect all you guys and I really appreciate it. And that's why I say the things I say, is maybe not so much, I'm not trying to be combative. I'm just trying to understand it for myself. So that way I can go through the motions and say, okay, well, this is what he said, you know what I mean? And hash it out within my head and get to a good place. So don't take anything I say personal or anything like that. I'm just trying to go through the motions, man, of getting where I need to be. And I'm willing to do it, and I'm willing to
I kind of feel you though, because as a teenager or whatever, when I was before, I always wondered, why is there darkness so much? Why people are so wicked? Why can't people be good and happy and peaceful and all that? So I do feel you on that. Obviously, I always wonder this, like, why is there so many lawlessness and wickedness and darkness and idolatry and all that? I always wondered that. I wondered, why cannot the world be peaceful and having happiness and stuff like that? So I do understand, where you're coming from, Josh, because I was there too. But over time, I understood, because, well, I don't know, it's just the scriptures. It says why. So I would kind of encourage you to kind of study more of the scriptures, and I think it will have answers why why the world is the way it is. So yeah, but I always wondered that too.
Josh, I'm so glad you brought this up, and I'm so glad you brought it up to this family, and I hope that you always feel safe bringing up controversial things with us.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong about
I'm just trying
saying things.
I guess for some people, especially myself, I'm in a tough predicament with some of the health issues that I went on, and that has a lot of mental aspects to it all. But I'm just trying to hash things out and get to a good place and learn and be a better person and serve Yahuwah in any way that I can. That's what I ultimately want to do. So, if I have a difficult question, I feel like I can ask you guys, and Mark has always been very methodical in how he answers and thorough. So that's what I need. That's the kind of support. That's the kind of education that I need. That's the kind of teaching that I need. So I appreciate you guys letting me go off on it for a little bit, maybe way too long than I should. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so let's move on here. This is something that I'm sort of I want to address this very quickly here, and I'm glad that this got brought up here on this assembly, this scriptural group time. So some of you may want to comment on this as well. But this brother here is speaking obviously of the Mashiach was dark skinned. He was not an Anglo-Saxon from Italy or Greece or somewhere. Okay. And, I don't have a problem with this. This doesn't bother me at all. Okay. And I believe it. But where he says here, can you put Black Russian icons in the cathedral in Russia in one of your future lessons? No, I'm not going to do that. I mean, I'm going to show you why. It's not because Yahusha had dark skin, okay, and long black hair when he was murdered, but it's because of what we're seeing right here. Look at these icons closely, okay? Look at this one right here. They have
I see nimbuses behind almost every one of them.
Yes, and they have halos. They have crosses. They have heavenly creatures. Not supposed to do anything with that. Crosses everywhere. Just look at it all. So is it the black skin? Look at the crosshair. You know, look at everything. Here he's dressed in a mummy over here in this one. He's dressed in a mummy, coming out of the tomb. Unless this is supposed to be Lazarus. It sure doesn't represent Yahusha because the linen was laying on the floor and the headdress was folded up and laid on the bench. But you see the problem with the halos, the crosses. This is the problem. Why am I going to do that? I don't have a problem with his dark skin. Matter of fact, I believe he had dark skin. I really do. Because of the location where he was from. He was from the Middle East. Do I believe he was as black as people in Central or Southern Africa? No. I don't believe his skin was that black, but I do believe his skin was dark, maybe a dark brown, and I have no problem with that. Do I believe that he was an Anglo-Saxon with blonde hair and blue eyes and a long nose and looked like a Roman? I absolutely do not believe that. So I don't know. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. Let me say, if Yahusha had dark skin, I still love him just the same. I don't really care what color his skin is. I just care about what he did for me, forgiving my sin.
Exactly. Yeah, that's how we love him. Yeah,
giving me a pardon and chance to obtain everlasting life. That's what I care about.
We also seen
play for me.
We also seen Yeshayahu chapter 53 that he didn't really look handsome or anything like that. But I mean, who cares?
Right. Yeah, I said he wasn't attractive at all. So obviously, he didn't care about his looks either. It wasn't a big deal for him either. He came looking like average Joe or maybe even uglier, according to Isaiah 53.
But of course, now when he's glorified, he obviously looks, beautiful, right?
He's light. When he's a steam body, he's light. You can't even see his face. He showed us that in the transfiguration, right? He said his face was brighter than the sun. Do you think they got a good look at his face? If his face was brighter than the sun, I'd say they weren't even looking at his face. Probably couldn't see it anyway. It was so bright. Brighter than the sun? Come on, man. They didn't see his face. Moshe didn't see his face. Not in his body of esteem. His esteem body, they did not.
We see people doing these graven images. In Deuteronomy chapter 27, verse 15, it says, "Cursed is the man who makes a carved and molded image, an abomination to Yahuwah, the work of the hands of the craftsmen, and sets up in the secret, in secret place or secret."
I'll tell you this. I believe this right here, that I don't care what color his skin is, with brown, white, black, yellow, red, whatever his color of his skin is, don't matter. Because when you see him in his esteemed body, all you're going to see is a light brighter than the sun. You're not going to know what color his skin is. So it really doesn't matter now, does it?
We also see in Revelation, chapter 1, verse, I think it's 14 to 15, it says, that his feet is kind of like, wait, how do you say it? Like, kind of like brown as.
What is it? Burnished bronze or something?
And burnished.
As with fire, as burned, yeah.
Yeah. So that's dark, it's like dark brown, basically, As a matter of fact, I mean, if you look at the people over there, not necessarily the Israelites that are there now, okay, but the other people that never left there, the Saudi Arabians, the Iraqis, the Iranians, the Jordanians, these type of people, look what they look like. That's probably what Yahusha looked like. They haven't changed. They never were scattered. They never left that region. So right around that degree there on the globe, within those perimeters where you see Galilee and Jerusalem, and right there, and then look what color the people are in that region. Okay, and they're dark skinned, brown. The ones that are above there, they're more lighter. They're white. The ones below that get darker and darker and darker till they actually become black.
People say that Yahusha is kind of like I'm not trying to say, of course, that I'm a racist or anything, but it's just a word. They say like a Negro or something like that. But I don't really think he was that black. I mean,
No, he wasn't that.
I don't really think he was African, right? Because I mean, Yisrael is way not very close.
Egypt is considered Africa, okay? So is Ethiopia, okay? But once you go over into Sinai, it's not. It's the Middle East, okay? And in that geographic region, the people have dark brown skin. So I would assume that that's color skin Yahusha would be dark brown, okay? He wouldn't be white, like the Greeks or the Germans, okay, or the Russians, but he wouldn't be black like the people in Central and South Africa either. Matter of fact, it makes sense to me that he would be the neutral color, the dark brown. And so, see what I'm saying? That would include everybody then. Because if you mix the black and the white, what do you get? Well, usually brown. See what I'm saying? So this is what I want to know. If you found out that Yahushua HaMashiach was black, would you stop loving him?
Absolutely not.
That's what I want to know. And I got to ask you this question. If you found out Yahushua HaMashiach was white as snow, would you stop loving him?
Nope.
Then what's the problem? We can't base salvation or deliverance on skin color or lineage or culture. Scripture says not all, although the seed of Israel have been scattered throughout the entire world, only a remnant will be delivered. It also says not all that say they're Israel are Israel. So what's the problem?
I also say to some people when they preach all this skin nonsense, I said, can you show me in the scriptures where Yahusha said that the Bezorah of Yahusha is skin color? Can you show me that? And then he just blocked me. It's just so weird. I just said, can you show me in the Bezorah of Yahusha, where does he say that we are saved if we know his skin color?
All right.
He never said that. He only said, repent, for the reign of Yahuwah draws near.
And then when the children of Israel came out of Mitzrayim, a multitude came with them, a multitude of nations. They had the coat of many colors. So to base anything on skin color, race, culture, this type of thing is ridiculous, because the way I read scripture, it's all based on your belief and your righteousness.
We also see in Revelation 17, I think, or chapter 7. Which one? I'm not quite sure. I think it's 7 or 17. That it also says that multitude of nations, are coming out of the tribulation or distress.
Yeah.
I think it's chapter 17, if I'm right. I'm not quite sure. I think it's 7. Oh no, it's 7. It's 7. Chapter 7. Yeah.
Yeah, 7. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Mark, this goes back to what you were saying before. These are distractions by the architects of division, as Lou would say, and it's all just another distraction. And I think you're right. I think it can actually hold people back, because I've talked to people about relationship to their skin color and religion, and they get very adamant. They get angry, and that's a divisional thing.
Yeah, it just causes division. Absolutely. It's all it is it causes division. Just another dividing tool that Satan uses to divide Yahushua's people. That's all. Keep them fighting against each other, divide and conquer, right? That's what the devil has always used, that tool. Tad, you got something, brother?
No, I did, but it kind of went away. I do want to say that I'm going to have to leave here, though. I'm going to have to leave the group, and so I wanted to say goodbye to everybody. It was a great study. Love y'all, and have a great Yom Shabbat.
You too, bro.
Thanks, Tad.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Okay, so
we really had a great conversation about stuff. I really like that.
yeah, and it's all because of Joshua.
Yeah, thanks for him.
His fantastic brain got it all going.
Yeah, I mean,
man,
it's nothing wrong to it's nothing wrong to kind of like share about own thoughts and all that. We can always help him, or help each other to kind of like put him in the right path and make sure that it's scripture, like scriptural, so that we won't be led astray with the doctrine of demons. So we always have to be careful for that. Because we can easily get deceived. We think, because in our mind, where someone tells us something, we think, oh, okay, that makes sense, or that could be right, or whatever. But if we don't use scripture as proof that it is, that to make sure it's right, right belief or truth, then it's we shouldn't have nothing to do with it. So make sure that it's always scriptural.
That's right.
And also, for me, like, I'm always trying to, I was a service technician. I was an HVAC and appliance technician before dialysis. And, my job was to go in and figure things out and connect dots and solve the problem and change the part and get the machine working again. So it's like, that's how my brain operated for so many years, and it's just, I'm always trying to, I have to know everything. And the truth of the matter is, the only thing I need to know is the words on these pages in this book, so but no, you guys had great points. I appreciate you, and I'm actually going to get off right now, but I just wanted to say thank you one last time, and I'll see you guys next week. Okay.
Thanks,
See you,
John.
brother.
Enjoyed
Thanks,
it.
Hey, Phyllis, Rick was asking, maybe Lou can put a link to his seminar about racial identity stronghold. Yeah, it's there if you can see it. Hey, sorry, I don't hear you. I think you're muted, Phyllis.
I said I'd love to do that. I'm going to run up real quick.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I think that video would be pretty interesting to to listen to. Which Rick was sending me a message, so I think I'm gonna check that out later. Racial identity stronghold. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it is. It really does lead a lot of people astray, or distracts them from seeking truth and seeking the lost sheep.
Yeah,
and,
it does.
It's really not what we're supposed to be doing.
But like people focus too much on some nonsense that has nothing to do with salvation or Bezorah.
Right.
You know, they get stuck on, for example, like some whatever they're worshiping. Well, it's kind of like worship, even if you say so. They're stuck on these calendars, and you know, like they wonder if, you know, all this nonsense stuff. You know, like it just like, you know, like you have said, I think like a couple of weeks ago, I think, to beware of false besorers. You know, that was a really good one. That was a really good video, you know, that you put up. It's kind of like them worshiping, for example, like you said, Enoch or calendar, or, you know, it just like, you know, they focus too much on it, like, you know, and that's not good.
Absolutely.
Because you know, our focus is on Yahusha and his commands and words, you know.
Right.
Because you
Excuse
know,
me.
because oh yeah, sorry.
Excuse me, Draz. Did you want the video, the YouTube video, or the PDF?
I think the PDF and the video would be good. Yeah, I think the
both of
PDF
them.
would be pretty cool.
I told Lou, I said, why don't you just put them both up? He's going to.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I was about to say, like, you know, it's written in scripture that whoever is ashamed of me and my words, the Son of Man shall also be ashamed when he comes with this Timothy's father and with Cephas messenger. So, you know, that's why we have to be very careful not to be ashamed of his words, you know. So we have to be, you know, focus on him more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the focus should be on Yahusha, you know.
Yeah, exactly. That's
our deliverance and finding the lost sheep, you know, not about serpent seed doctrine and, you know, cannibalism and, you know, all this stuff of the earth, the down below here. We're supposed to be focused on what's above, and that's Yahusha and Yahuwah, you know, our salvation, our deliverance. You know, that's what our focus should be. Everything else distracts from that. If the
exactly.
demons of the devil and the children of darkness can get you talking about skin color, they're very happy. They've achieved their mission for the day.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, you know, I don't see anything wrong about, of course, talking about some things, but you know, if they focus too much on it, then that's a problem, you know?
Yeah, and they do. What
Yeah,
I've noticed,
they do, yeah.
what I've really noticed is people when they get trapped or snared in these different doctrines, they hardly ever mention Yahusha anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'll listen to them, and I'll say, you know what? I've been listening, talking to you for 2 hours, 1 hour, 30 minutes, whatever it is, 4 hours. And I don't think I've heard you mention Yahusha one time. What's the point of this conversation? Can it deliver you? No. What good is it then? You know, what are we talking about this for? You know, it's just really weird. It's just like it snares them, you know, and traps them into and distracting them away from what's really important, and that's their deliverance.
Yeah, it's kind of like causing division, you know?
Yeah.
Like they lead many astray, like many.
It's all it is.
But I mean, we also know that, you know, the great falling away kind of, well, I think that happened like long ago. I think the book is very good, like the timeline that the end has already begun. I think that's when I would kind of say that's when kind of apostasy kind of started, you know.
Yeah.
Because, you know, people had this doctrine of demons. There's, you know, I mean, obviously you have also read the, you know, the book of timeline. The end has already begun. So it's because of these doctrines of demons, like supersessionism and dispensationalism, Trinity, you know, Mary being as ever virgin, and all that, you know. And you know, of course, not to pronounce the name Yahuwah, that's also a doctrine of demons. Because we see in scripture that he says to honor my name, to bless my name, to call upon my name and love my name and all that, you know.
Yeah. So I've heard quite a few people say that they've seen Yahusha appear to them. I remember this one lady one time was telling me that she was standing, I think she said in her kitchen, and she saw this light appear in her hallway, and she went over and looked down the hallway, and she saw this orb, this light floating through her hallway, and then it turned and went into her bedroom. And so she went down the hallway and to look into the bedroom to see where it went. And she said it was hovering right over top of her scriptures. It was just hovering right over top of there. A really bright light. You know? And here this lady saying that he visited her and his whole face glowed when he visited me, and his white robes were flowing and hair was gently blowing, but there was no breeze in my bedroom. He was not standing on the floor. He was floating in the air. So, you know, I've heard these things before. And scripture is definitely packed with people who actually Yahusha appeared to as a light, a bright light. It doesn't really say that they saw anything at all other than a bright light, except for the transfiguration experience. They did see him in a body, but they couldn't see his face because his face was shining brighter than the sun. But his clothes were also white as the light, you know. So his whole presence would have been glowing like a glowing light, brighter than the sun.
But didn't Yahusha said that, like in Matthew 24, that don't believe anyone who says like, oh, I'm the Mashiach, or he's in the wilderness, or he's there. Like, isn't he warning us to not believe everything we hear about him, saying, oh, I've seen Mashiach and all that? Because, I think that because in in John chapter 14, he also says, I will not be with you. You will not see me, but I shall be with you, because he's the Paracleta. He will be as in a different form. So I don't really think that Yahusha said that, oh, you will see me again appearing. I don't really think that. I think that because he was saying that the world will not see me, but you shall see me. Because I live and you shall live. So that means that he's coming in a different form, which is of course the Paracleta, the helper.
Well, Matthew 24 is all about his second coming. He's saying that,
yeah, but it also warns like do not be deceived. It says like, do not be deceived. Like if you hear I'm the Mashiach, or he's there, he's in the wilderness, do not believe, for there shall be many false Mashiachs and false prophets, and they shall lead many astray.
Yeah.
So we have to be kind of very careful of that.
That's during the end of the end times. Well, nobody should be deceived that knows him, because he tells you what he's going to do. He's coming as he left. The same Yahusha that left is coming back just the way he left. He's going to look the same. He's going to come right back down to the Mount of Olives. That's where he ascended from. That's where he's going to descend to when he comes back. Okay, so it's a no-brainer. If you don't see him coming back in the eastern sky down to the Mount of Olives on a white horse with all his messengers with him, then you can pretty much believe it's not Yahusha. It's no big deal. Shouldn't be deceived unless you don't know scripture. Then I could see where you could be easily deceived, but not his people.
Even Yahusha says that even the elect or the chosen can be deceived, or, well, if possible, that's what he said. But I don't really think that's possible.
Well, it is possible because of the how strong the delusion will be. And during the circumstances of the time, and again, we're talking about the end of the latter days, the tribulation years. Okay, there's going to be devastation and carnage like you can't even think of it. It's so bad. There's going to be so much going on. Dead bodies everywhere, everything blowed up, nuclear bombs. Men's minds are going to be gone. And unless you're real strong in the Ruach, you could easily be deceived. So weaker vessels, people that really don't know Yahuwah that much, they can be pulled away and fall. And scripture says that will happen to them. And so if the delusion in the shape and condition of the world at that particular time is going to be something like you can never even dream of or think about. It's going to be that horrendous. And so therefore, your mind could easily be attracted to something that's not true in order to try to seek some type of relief from all the insanity that's going to be going on. So it's not hard to understand that, especially for weaker minded believers. Not everybody's at the same level. There's weaker believers, medium level believers, upper medium believers, mature believers, and then there's elders. There's there's the bride, and then there's the throngs, so forth and so on.
Mark, I keep going back to what you said earlier about it all being a distraction. It's the distractions that are going to draw these people away and make them lose their faith.
That's right. The delusion's going to be great. There's no denying that.
But I mean, there's also delusion in these dates too. I mean,
you gotta know scriptures. You gotta know Yahuwah. You gotta have a good foundation. Have a lot of knowledge of Yahuwah, strong belief, and know scriptures. What scripture says. Scripture tells you exactly how he's coming back and what to look for. So people are looking for a rapture or looking for any other type of signs, but yeah, they can fall prey to the delusion.
Yeah, they're going to be very disappointed for that.
Oh yeah. Well, when the anti-Mashiach gets up on the Temple Mount, okay, and stands in the Temple Mount and claims to be Yahuwah, okay, stops the animal sacrifice on that, a lot of people are going to follow him. Matter of fact, I go as far as saying all of Christianity and Islam is going to follow the anti-Mashiach.
Yep.
They're looking for something like that to happen. And especially
but also the Yehudim. And also the Yehudim, these who don't believe in Mashiach, they also wait for the Mashiach.
Yeah, Dres, and those who are building that temple, they're all Yehudim, aren't they, Mark?
Yeah, the Khazarians, I think.
What'd you say, Phyllis?
I thought that the people building the third temple were Yehudim, the ones gathering the implements.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, the ones that are over there right now and doing that.
Wait, are they still? Are they building the third temple, or has it even started? Or
they have all the utilities and furniture that they need. They say that they can erect that third temple in less than a year. If the government told them to do it, they said that they would have it erected and functioning in less than a year. Because they have everything already made, sitting off site. They even have the cornerstones. They have everything. The Levites, everything.
Oh, wow.
They got to keep those red heifers alive.
Yeah, they got those red heifers too. And don't forget they have that underground temple built already too. Under the mount.
So when the third temple is built, can we know that, is that the sign that we are very, very close to the end?
You better believe it.
Yeah.
When the anti-Mashiach that temple proclaims to be Yahuwah, we're 3.5 years away from the second coming.
Mm.
So when the Mashiach, the son of destruction, is revealed, we are 3.5 years away.
But yeah, definitely, like Christians and Muslims, they will definitely follow because they're literally desiring the day of Yahuwah. But we see in Amos chapter 5, verse 18, woe to you who are desiring for the day of Yahuwah. What does the day of Yahuwah mean to you? It is darkness and not light. But they desire it so much. Like they say, oh, please, J-Man, come, and all that. Or Isa or whatever.
Yeah, lights out.
They have this lovey-dovey version of J-Man, right? They say, oh, when he comes, he will just hug us and kiss, all that, all this lovey-dovey nonsense, mushy-gushy or whatever, right? They say, oh, when he comes, everyone will be saved and all that. Like, they don't really know the darkness behind it because, Matthew 13, that's clear as day. It says that he will separate the wicked among the righteous and throw the wicked into the furnace of fire. That's it. But they don't believe in this. They believe, oh, he's mushy-gushy, lovey-dovey, all that. It's funny. They literally believe that all will be saved because they believe in this once saved, always saved type nonsense. Or faith alone or whatever,
Yeah.
But I mean, it's sad though. Like they think that, whatever J-Man is like this lovey-dovey and mushy-gushy type of guy, whatever. But I mean, I'm not saying that he's like, obviously he's not evil, but what I'm trying to say is that he punishes the sin, those doing wickedness and sinning and all that. Like I'm not saying that he's wicked or himself, obviously, he's just and righteous. But they just don't understand. They don't really understand it. It's kind of like, I don't know. It kind of comes to mind of this kind of saying that, oh, the Tanakh, one is a demiurge and all that, this Marcionism, this nonsense, It kind of reminds me of that, they kind of think that whatever I say, Old Testament God is evil, and this son of God is a good one, whatever, is this Marcionism nonsense, I think that Christians still believe in this, that there's two different creators. Like they kind of think that Yahuwah was the bad one who punishes sinners and all that, but then there's Yahusha who is all good and lovey-dovey, mushy-gushy and all that. So it's kind of like weird that they still have this second century kind of like Marcionism in their mind. I mean, that's what I see.
Yeah, that's dispensationalism at its best. Yahuwah changed somehow. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Mark, you were going to talk about that Yahuwah, all esteem to Yahusha. I think Phil said he missed it.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. So I had a guy contact me over the prior week, and he said that the only thing that he doesn't, matter of fact, I heard it through Cato. That's where it came to me, through Cato. It wasn't Cato. It was a guy on Cato's Spotify channel, But anyways, he said the only thing he doesn't like about the Natsarim channel, and he specified this one, our scriptural study group here, that we always say all esteem to Yahusha. And he felt like we shouldn't be saying that. We should be giving all esteem to Yahuwah. Okay. And he did mention that he's not implying that Yahuwah and Yahusha are two different deities. He just felt that because of the name, that all esteem should be going to Yahuwah, not Yahusha. So he didn't like that. And so I just said, well, very simply, that it's the same name. There's not two names. And so it's the one name and one person. So it's the same name and the same person. So in other words, just as an example, that if we take the name David, okay, and then which be like Yahuwah, and then we take and use his shortened name or his diminutive name, Dave, and then just add a suffix to it, which would be senior, not implying there's a junior, but just using this as an example, say senior, Dave Senior, then we would be talking about the same person. David or Dave Senior is same person. So it'd be the same name, the same person. And so that's what it is with Yahuwah's name. Yahuwah, and then the long form, and then Yahusha, the diminutive name, the short name with the suffix added to it, implying that he's our deliverer. So it's the same name, Yahuwah, our deliverer, Yahu, deliverer, and Yahuwah is the same name and the same person. So there's no difference.
Isn't
So
that
it's-
like that Yahuwah kind of like metamorphed into Yahusha?
And so it's okay.
Kind of.
Either way, it's okay to say all esteem to Yahuwah or all esteem to Yahusha. Both are correct, and we can say both ways because it's the same person and the same name. Go ahead, Phyllis.
But Yahusha is the name above all names. How do you get around that?
Because it's the name's Yahuwah.
Okay.
It's not a different name. So he came in his father's name. He gave him a name above all names, as it says in Philippians. Okay, and the name above all names is the name that he put above all. So he put his word and his name above all.
Got it.
It's the same name. It doesn't matter if we say the long form Yahuwah or the diminutive form Dave. It doesn't matter.
We can also say, we can also say the day of Yahuwah, or we can say the day of Yahusha. It's the same, literally the same thing, right?
It's the same. It's the same
second, we can say second coming of Yahuwah or second coming of Yahusha. It's literally the same event, same thing. It's the same person.
Yeah, he says that in the Tanakh, he says all knees will bow to him. All lips are confessed to bow to him. And then in the Natsarim writings, he says all knees and mouths will confess to him as well, to his name. It's the same name. They're not going to confess and bow down to two different names. There's no two people here. Because if that's true, then we're involved in dispensationalism, as the replacement theologians are. So it's the same name.
Yeah, for example, like we read earlier, like Zechariah chapter 12, verse 8 to 10, it literally says that shall come like Dawood, like Elohim, what does it say at the end? Like that he shall be like like the house of Dawood, like Dawood, the Elohim. Wait, hold up. Sorry, I gotta go back. Sorry, I don't know what it says exactly, but it's about his second coming. That says so it says and the house and the feeble among them. Okay, yeah. In that day, in that yom, Yahuwah shall shield the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and the feeble among them. In that yom shall be like Dawood, and the house of Dawood like Elohim, like the messenger of Yahuwah before them. And then it says later that they shall look upon him whom they pierced. So that's basically his coming, which we said earlier, like Revelation chapter 1, verse 7 to 8. That they shall mourn in Jerusalem. So that's a good point.
Yeah. And then Philippians 2, 10 through 11, it says that at the name of Yahusha, every knee should bow, of those in heaven and those on the earth and of those under the Eretz. And every tongue should confess that Yahusha Mashiach is master, to the esteem of Yahuwah the Father. Okay, and then we look over at Isaiah 45, 23. It says, next we go up to 22. Turn to me and be delivered, all of you ends of the Eretz, for I am all, and there is none else. I have sworn by myself, a word has gone out of my mouth in righteousness, and shall not return, so that to me every knee shall bow and every tongue swear. See? So it's the same name.
You know, I'm kind of wondering where do people get this mindset that you know Yahuwah and Yahusha are two different entities? I don't really get it. Like where do they get this?
Because they think the beginning, the Yahusha began at the incarnation. They think that was his beginning. Prior to him coming in the incarnation in the flesh, they think he was just a thought in the back of Yahuwah's mind. That he just put him on the back burner until the fullness of time came and he became a reality. And he was born, see. That's where they think that his beginning is. But his beginning was not at the incarnation. His beginning was before the foundations of the earth was laid. He was the firstborn of all creation. As a matter of fact, Yahuwah created everything through him.
Exactly, yeah.
So he became Yahuwah's body, and everything was created through him. And that's why they're the same. Just like your Ruach and your body's the same person. Same with him. His body and his Ruach are the same person.
Yeah. You know, people still wonder, like, you know, like if he's the same person, why, you know, of course, you know, we always hear this. You know, they say if he's the same person, why is he praying to himself? All that, you know. They always ask this. It's kind of like to trick you or to test you how you will answer.
They don't understand his omnipotence. They think he's confined to one place. He's like, get back up on that throne and stay there. You ain't allowed to come down here at the same time. So they think they control him. Like they can contain him or restrain him or define him or tell him what to do. It's just
and you know, they have clearly not even read the Torah, like whatsoever. We see literally in Genesis chapter 17 that he appeared, you know, to Abraham. I think Abraham, yeah, he appeared to Abraham. And then we see that Abraham also recognized him as Elohim, like with two messengers. And then also in Sodom and Gomorrah, he was on earth, and the fire came from Yahuwah from heaven, right? So, you know, people don't really, I don't know, they don't really read like with understanding, you know.
No, they don't.
They kind of, you know, they lean on their own understanding. They're kind of like, how can this be possible? Like, you should stay there in your throne and all that, you know.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, like I said, they try to contain him and restrain him within the human mind's capacity, you know, and you can't do that. Yahuwah even said, you try to make me like you, you know, and he's not like us. He's way above us. His mind,
you know, yeah, they also twist Daniel 7. You know, they also kind of twist Daniel 7 where it says that Son of Man was brought before Yahuwah and he was given dominion and all that. They kind of twist that too. They say, see, there's two persons now, you know, like, you know. But they, like you said, they don't understand his, you know, omniscience or omniscience, yeah.
Well, not only don't they understand his omnipotence or his omnipotence or his omniscience, they want him to be changeable. and change his mind, go back on what he says. And so they don't want him to be immutable. They want him to be changeable.
But Yahuwah says, I am Yahuwah, I change not.
That's right.
And then
It's
we
all
see in
over.
Hebrews, like, Yahusha Mashiach is forever today, and like to wait, how does it say? Yesterday and to tomorrow or whatever. I don't remember how it says exactly. but-
Today, yesterday, and forever.
yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah. Okay. So look, guys, I'm wrapping this up. Today's study is over, concluded, and next week we're going to go into Yahukanon 20, maybe 21, but we'll see how it goes.
Okay. So what will be after Yahukanon? Will be going to Luke or?
Going into Luke.
Oh, nice. I like Luke. Luke is a good one. I really liked Luke because it's kind of like it's very like a bit longer one how it starts with Yahusha coming and all of that, like it's so cool, like it takes a bit longer understanding like about Yahukanon the Immerser and all that.
Okay. Sounds like we're all getting off here. Well, he just disappeared on me. All right. You guys want me to take you out with the priestly blessing? Okay. And then I got to get going here now.
I want to thank you very much, Mark, for doing this so faithfully and so. I just like the way you let the Ruach conduct these meetings. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All esteem to Yahuwah.
Hallelujah.
Okay. All righty. We're going to go out with the priestly blessing, y'all. And Yahuwah spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, This is how you bless the children of Yisrael. Say to them, Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Yisrael, and I myself shall bless them. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. Hallelujah. Thank you so
See y'all
much.
next week.
Shalom, Draz.
Shalom.
Shalom.
See ya.
See you, Draz.
See you, bro.